Hello, beautiful people. I just realized I didn't change my stream title. It's supposed to be day 22. Okay, there we go. Oopsies. Hey, Crossroads. I'm a little low on sleep today. I stayed up till 2 a.m. reading finishing that S&M manga. Like, at a certain point, I was so deep into it, I realized I just need to finish it. I just like one more chapter. It's 1:46 and you just woke up. Did you get 8 hours of sleep? 6 to 8 hours at least? I think I have some form of insomnia or something. I move around probably 20 to 30 times a night. I got something going on with me. And I've been doing that for years. But Joey, isn't it probably because you look at your phone and drink Pepsi before bed? It couldn't possibly be that. Went to bed around 3 p.m. Well, you did get some sleep. Okay, yeah. So yesterday we had a bit of trouble. We needed to do some refactoring. We did refactoring. We didn't get to what we wanted to do yesterday, which was make all the ingredients. Good thing is today, that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna add a shit ton of ingredients. Now, one caveat is our potion rack here. We have 4 shelves, and we can fit 9 items on each shelf. But this is 9 base ingredients. So we can have a maximum of 36 base ingredients, but we can have multiple subtypes, right? Like the states of these. So our goal today is just to create 36, diverse ingredient types that kind of cover everything we want, every type that we want, right? And then just create subtypes for all of them, and we'll just kind of give an initial eyeball glancing balance of these. We won't take it too seriously because it's just a prototype. I also realized I just spawned... God damn it. I just spawned an event chopping wood. It's also kind of an annoying one. I don't like this pruning one. I'll show you guys. It's this one. I don't like this one. I have to give these little guys haircuts. Okay, I mean, look, it's good XP at least, right? I'm not gonna complain too much. Oops, that's the wrong one. Oopsies. They beat me up if I don't give them the haircut they want. Isn't this a little questionable? Okay, so while I'm doing this, I can type it more. So we're gonna do the ingredients today, and I think that we will probably get that done within a few hours. I just want to spend the time to make sure that we have a good section of ingredients, a good selection. And then after that, we can dive into doing something else. So probably... I'd at least like to be able to click a button and have you essentially complete the potion. It doesn't have to be too serious, but I just need it to work, right? And then, I don't know what we'll have time for. We could just add like the little helper menu. That would be nice to have. Okay. Okay. I'm glad you guys feel better. I'm going to continue my training. Push it to the limit. Limit. Been trying to cut down on screen time before bed. I should do the same. I like to read, but the only thing I have is my phone because I don't have any space for books. Solo tabletop. So you might be interested. Well, probably not, but I actually kickstarted a solo tabletop game. Well, it is solo or up to 4 players, right? It is the RuneScape board game, Shadow of Elvag. I got the deluxe edition because I'm an addict online and offline for this game. But it looks really good. It's got all these beautiful models and tokens, and you can play it 1 to 4 players. And I think that, hey, Floofy Dragons, I think that the average game takes, oh no, where could I find it? I think it's like 60 to 90 minutes, 1 to 5 players. So it's like, it's approachable, right? To me, this was the perfect thing, because I hate board games where I have to sit down, learn a rule set for like 10 hours, and then the game can take like 2 days, so you don't even finish the game. It's like, no, this I can play by myself if I want to, and it won't take me more than maximum maybe 2 hours. So yeah, this is pretty cool, and I got the deluxe pledge, which comes with everything and all the expansions, all the models, the, wooden tokens, neoprene mats. Yeah, it looks pretty nice. I don't know, I'm pretty excited for this. Yeah, it's I don't know, it's really hard for me to find people to play board games with. And like I said, when you do find somebody to play board games with, it's usually some board game that takes hours to learn the rule set, is really confusing, and then takes a billion years to finish an actual game. But I'm excited for this. I should be arriving next, I think, next year, February. A couple months. Yeah, pretty cool. Okay, ingredients. Let's dive in. I'm excited. I want to fill out some of the data here, right? So more biomes, more ingredient types, things like that. So I think what we can do is, I had some ingredient types from my old prototype of this, and I think I'm just gonna use some of those, right? I added it to my list. I haven't gotten any board games yet. Most of my focus has been on journaling games, particularly Apothecaria. Journaling games? What do you mean with that? Okay, so here we had flower, root, mushroom, fruit, vegetable, grass, animal part, herb, and other. And honestly, I think that's a pretty good selection. At least for, for prototype, like we don't need anything extra than that, right? Let's expand the named range so that it actually fits there. Ingredient types. Oh, it does, okay. Hey, good morning. That is my mom. Why are you awake? What time is it? What time is it? CST time. It's 3 in the morning. Do we all have just terrible sleeping schedules? Look at you using these emotes. Hey, soon you will have, I don't know if you've seen them. I've shown them to other people. Let me read some of these. I was trying to play a board game with snake and ladders, but both ladders and stakes are bad. What? Basically, we're writing a story based on prompts and decisions. Oh. 1 a.m. and I am here. We all have just terrible. Okay. So let me show you some of the... Oh, I gotta load up Discord. I'll show you the work in progress emotes that we have coming in from the lovely Crossroads of Fate. I want to dox my stuff there. Okay, so here are some... Let's see. Okay, so here's some finished ones. And I want to remind people that there's some white things in these. These aren't visible in the final image. These are just some weird preview issue. But these are some of our emotes. You determine the events that happen based off cards you draw. Well, that's pretty cool. And then we have some of the sketches for these emotes. Oops, I just made that full screen. Stop it. Good. And then here's Happy and Monka. Yeah, these look great. These are awesome. I am very excited. Will this stay? I'm probably gonna make that a tier 3 subscriber emote. I demand it stays. Once we get partnered too, we can switch our emote prefix. Because they just do some weird stuff. I demand it stays. Okay, we'll make it a follower emote. But yeah, seriously, Crossroads, these emotes are looking awesome so far. I really love them. And everybody I've shown them to loves them. So we all just have absolutely terrible sleep schedules. Mine was because I just stayed up reading that S&M manga, Nana Tokaru. I'm a little worried that I've now unlocked a fetish after reading that manga. It's not a good thing. Oh my god, these emotes. Yeah, I had the same thing last night. I was like, shit. This is caused by migraines. That is not a fetish. That is not nearly as good as S&M. That is very, very unfortunate. Okay, we have lavender, toadstool, mint, shiitake. We need just a smattering. Now, the cool thing is I have an icon pack. I don't know if I have it with me. I may have it. Yeah, migraines do suck. I have some, like, documents. No. I have the emote here. I have the cat emote. He's everywhere. Medicine is great. Kills the migraines in hours rather than me being bedridden for days in the dark. But it makes me sleep like a rock. Isn't that a good thing, or is it just like, is it too much like a rock? Like when you should wake up, you're still sleepy and you like oversleep. shit like that. Okay, I need to find this icon pack. I have it somewhere. It's probably on Humble Bundle. If I just log into my Humble Bundle, I can probably download it. Because we're gonna need the icons, right? I need to log in. Which account? Probably this account. Enter the code we sent to your email. Okay, I will enter the code you sent to my email. Okay, I have it. I have the code that you sent to my email. Okay, but no. Account. Purchases. Library. Wait. Which one? Okay, it's gotta be here. Gotta be here. I shouldn't have anything weird on here. Except you can see how much money I've spent. I sleep all day and then I'm up all night because I've been sleeping. I sleep all morning. I barely sleep at all. Look, together if we combine our sleeps, we might have a decent chance of sleeping reasonably and soundly. I need to get one of those like Fitbits or something to track my sleep, because I just need to know how bad it is. And especially if I go into a doctor, I need to show them like data of how much I'm doing and rolling around and shit. No, yeah, I get what you mean. I've had to do that before. It isn't nice. I had a pretty fucked up sleep schedule when I was working on Darkest Dungeon. Okay, there's gotta be some, I know there's something in here. There's some icons for ingredients. Food icon pack. Don't think that's it. Hunting icon. Herbal icons. Forest icons. Okay, there's some good shit here. Yeah. Yeah, there's some good shit. Okay, let's download this one. Oh, I just downloaded it twice. Oops, okay, that's fine. Forest icons, herbal icons, hunting icons. We'll start with those. We'll keep this open because there might be. What's in the fishing icons? Ooh, that could be useful. There are some. Yeah, there's some stuff in there that could be useful. Not all of it, but there's some good stuff. Let's get that one too. Because we do want to have like animal parts and stuff, right? Yeah, that should work. That's a good start. Okay, then we're gonna open these up. I'm just gonna put them all in the close. New folder, assets. Icons. You're not using a purchased version of WinRAR? Can't say that I am. Although I think, I should just... How much is WinRAR to buy permanently? How much is it? I feel like the WinRAR guy, if there's any single person in this world that deserves the money, it's the guy who made WinRAR. Together, if we all donate, we can make him or her the most wealthy person in the world. Okay, so let's find some icons we can add to this. And we're just going to throw them directly into Unreal and name them. And then we can start to add them to the spreadsheet. Forest icons back transparent. Are we using transparent ones, or maybe we're using transparent ones currently, but it doesn't matter if they have a background or not. We'll make them extra large so you guys can see. Ooh, there's a lot of good stuff in here. Broccoli? I'm gonna pass on the broccoli. Or you can make it cause nausea. Broccoli's gross. Bite me. You can't change my mind on that. Broccoli is just fucking gross. So bad. It's a snail. We can add a snail. And ants. We can add bugs. Okay, yeah, some of this stuff is good. Looks like cilantro. Doesn't this look like cilantro? Okay, let's select a whole bunch that we want to add here. Stuff that we can, name reasonably well. We have like wheat. Okay, wheat's good. We already kind of have a toadstool, but we could just name this something else, some other mushroom if we want. Although I'm sure we'll find plenty of mushrooms we can do here. Is this an artichoke? No, it's not one artichoke. What's the white root? Why am I blanking on this root? Somebody remind me what this root is. White root vegetable. I'll look it up. Not a daikon. Something else. What the fuck is this? Rutabaga? No, it's not rutabaga. Oh, I don't know. If we don't know, we won't add. I mean, we can always make up certain things too. I just don't want to spend today doing creative work. I'd rather just, try some stuff. Okay, we could make use of this, like, watery stuff. Be cool. This mushroom, we got some berries. That'll work. Some walnut. Certainly a lot of mushrooms, Jesus. Yeah, let's add the snail, because adding a snail is pretty cool. Escargot potion. Ugh. You imagine, I can't even imagine Eating a snail. Can you imagine drinking the liquid essence of snail? Blech. Blech. Almonds could be cool. Vegetables, hazelnut. Yeah, these look nice. Okay, that looks pretty good. Probably delete some of these. We're gonna have to make, you guys are gonna have to help me with some like creative aspects of this, because we're gonna need to create some fake fantasy names for things. And it's either you or I go to Chat GPT. Thumbnail size, gonna make it a little bit larger. Does that just apply to this? No, it doesn't. Tea, wheat, tea, bell pepper. Ooh, that's not a capital T. Yeah, bozo. Couldn't perform a case only rename on a revision controlled asset. Okay. I will rename it to bell peppers. Now I will fix the case and change the name back. Tea, almond. Tea, carrot. Let's call this magical water. Aren't there some red berries? What are not just red berries, right? They're rowan berries, maybe? Are rowan berries? Oh no, rowan berries are kind of reddish. We could make these rowan berries. Aren't they like really bitter? It's just rowan. Remember, this is brief, but I must go to bed. Everything is looking great. I'm really proud of you. Thank you. I am not proud of myself. I'm not proud of you either, Mom. You're sleeping already? My stream has barely started. Where's the support for your children? God. Nobody panic. This is just the relationship I have with my parents. We just joke around. We are a family of people who don't take things seriously. In fact, I take things so unseriously with my parents that when I am being serious, they don't know if I'm being serious or not. Which will one day get me in trouble. I will like call them like, I'm dying, help. Call the police. And they'll be like, lol. Haha, funny joke, Joey. Hang up. We need a snail species. What's a snail species? I just need a fucking snail. We're looking up snails. Burgundy snail. Elix pomadia. Look at him. Escargot, yeah. I have a French friend here actually, and when it rains, all the snails come out and stuff. And I like to, when we're walking with him and we see one, I'm like, hey, look, food. Eat it. Okay, we can do the burgundy snail. The burgundy. Oops, not typing. No, don't name it T. Burgundy. No. I will. Sleep well. Don't dox her name. Doxing people. Typical parents. This looks like a caterpillar for a monarch butterfly. T monarch caterpillar. Caterpillar was with an A at the end, right? Yeah. You know, the funny thing is, caterpillar is a word that I've used in speech. I don't think I've written the word caterpillar that much. It's just not a word that comes up in conversation. This one looks like a Luna moth caterpillar, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Kinda? Yeah, I mean, we could pass it off as a Luna moth caterpillar. Caterpie. One of the goated Pokemon. What is... God, I'm so bad with names. What is this flower name? Oh, God. Purple flower with yellow center. Yellow stamen. I know when I see it, I'm gonna be like, shit, that's right. What the fuck? Why can't I find it? It's such a common flower. More like pink, isn't it? Somebody who's good with flowers, tell me what this flower is. So bad, I can't find it. Right? It's like at the tip of your tongue. I know this flower. I've seen it. It's... Ugh. It's like... And I type it in and it's like, no. No. None of these. Five petal. It's like right on the... Did you see it? Like they're big flowers. Wasn't that it up there? Is it? Wait, is it a lily? Is it a lily? Could be a purple lily. No. A little bit more. Very distinct. Okay, more. There. So I probably went past it. One. Oh. It's not Nightshade. Yeah, it is. Is it wait. It's more like it's like woody nightshade. Is this it? Woody nightshade? I guess it's woody nightshade. It's just called bittersweet. What? Common names include bittersweet, bittersweet nightshade, bitter nightshade, blue bindweed. Oh my god, it's got like a million different names. Well, we're gonna call it woody nightshade because that's pretty fucking cool. I can give it some like poison shit to it, right? Oh yeah. Tea, woody, nightshade. We need some bad stuff. We need some poison stuff, right? Walnut. Thank you for helping me find that. You know, I've been to a billion different names, just like my RuneScape account. I've been to like a bunch of, you know, botanical gardens, right? And there were even some really nice ones in Botanical Gardens, Milwaukee. In Milwaukee, there are some really nice botanical gardens called the Domes. And, you know, these are kind of year-round, kind of hard to see, but there's like an arid one and, you know, a normal one. And so it's like I've been around plants for fucking ever. But sometimes the names of these things just poof right out of my mind. Just like my memories of happiness. I'm just kidding. I had to say that. It was edgy, okay? I had to say it. Okay, there's no real world. Oh, these aren't hazelnuts, right? Hazelnut's bigger. Oh no, these are hazelnut. Wait. Look more like acorns. No, not really. They're more like hazelnuts. They're just like smaller hazelnuts. God, I've been living in the city too long. I forget what nuts look like. Mostly unhelpful in plant identification. Most of the plants I'm familiar with grow in the desert or the local area. Man, I love the desert though. Almost looks like some bark. Maybe we can. We can just call it like oak bark. I think we have too many mushrooms on display here. I want to get some like. Let's delete all but. We already have 2 mushrooms. We have shiitake and toadstool. Let's only add 1 more mushroom. Tea, I don't know, we need some like name for this, like dark cap. It's called a dark cap. Isn't that just so creative, guys? Wait, before oops. We have here's tumbleweeds and other painful plants. Should have a fern. We do need some like grass. Too late. Never mind. You can still tell me. I can always get them back in. They're all pretty much grouped together. God, the tumbleweeds. Let's add like one fern. Speaking of fern, is anybody else watching Soson no Frieren? If you aren't watching that, you should watch that. Have all the stuff open. I just need a common fern here. A lady fern. Okay, lady fern works. Why is it a lady? You know, I always thought, whenever I saw this, I always thought it was some disease as a kid. And it's just the seeds. I mean, it's kind of a cool way to grow these things, but yeah. I'm just going to point out if you have different regions in your game, you'll likely have different types of fungi. We will. The issue is that we only have room on our shelves for 36 ingredients, like types. So we can do subtypes. We can have a bunch of, but we only have 36 main types. So I want to like get some variety of the different things we'll have. And I think right now we have a pretty decent smattering of like natural ingredients, and I want to get some like animal parts and stuff like that, if possible. But a fern would be nice too. Just something that's like a grass. The lady fern. And we will do like actual more magical plants in the final game. It's just, if I do magical things, I have to think of an interesting sounding name. And then I go from work mode to creative mode, and it's like a completely different way of thinking sometimes. And I don't want to be in creative mode right now. There will be a time for that, but it isn't now. Okay, getting some like fishing stuff. Okay, there's some use. There's a lot of good stuff here too. I think pearls could be kind of cool to have. Fish. And maybe, you know, some of this like weird looking nonsense. I do want to add, what's really important to me is to add ingredients in here that are just flavor changers, right? So like some sugar or, you know, something bitter or sour, something that you can use to change the flavor that won't affect the magical properties much. Magic things don't always need a new name, a prefix could be enough. That's true. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, which is probably the case. For instance, when I worked on Train Life, I created completely fictional companies in the game that, you know, were sometimes so realistic sounding that some of the players thought that I was using real names of train companies, which is good. That's a good thing. It worked. But sometimes I take the lore really seriously, and I really don't need to for a prototype. The call this like just like a river beam. I think a beam is a fish, right? Bream. I think beam. I'm so dumb. Jesus, take the wheel. Tea, freshwater, pearls. So the cool thing is on this screen, actually, we have 9 items left to right. So once we fill up 3 rows here, we're done. So we can delete some stuff that isn't really that interesting or is too similar to something else. Like we have 3 nuts on here: hazelnut, almond, and walnut. Do we need 3 nuts? Probably not. Deep sea. Okay, I have to do something sexual here. I'm just gonna do deep sea sucker. It's not as sexual as I would like, but coconut. Coconut would be cool. Do I have an icon for coconut? Let's get rid of, like, I don't know. Let's get rid of almonds. I'm only gonna have 1 caterpillar. Let's just keep the monarch caterpillar. This way I get a little bit of room, because I want to add the sugar, you know, we have these flavors, right? What am I getting? Oh. Restaurants, I'm going to read this later. This is... Don't let me forget. If you let me forget, I will be so angry if I forget. I'll be fuming. I'm like Neville, okay? With his Remember All in Harry Potter. It glows red when you've forgotten something. The trouble is you can't remember what you've forgotten. I always thought that concept was funny. I kind of wish there were more of just kind of funny little magical items like that. But Harry Potter, you know, it ended up having to get serious, right? Because it was a serious story. Hey, Datu. Let's see. This little stone could be pretty nice. I could make this icon essentially be sugar, but no, it's more like natural sugar. It's like cane sugar, right? This is the brown. We can make this cane sugar. Tea, cane. They probably didn't have whitened sugar in fantasy time, so I have 2 clues that need Legends Quest now. It sounds like you gotta do Legends Quest. Become a legend. Which one is Legends Quest? Is that the one in Karamja? You fight the... Yeah, okay. This one's pretty easy. The enemies are pretty easy. I have to go back. I have to go to this cave all the time for a clue step. It's kind of annoying. Honey for sweetener, bees. If I have honey, that would be perfect. That would be wonderful. Honey could even be something that's a little bit harder to come by, but has magical effects. Okay, that could work for honey. This PNG. Let's add it. Let's request the one where you get the spinning thing that makes noise. I think it is that one. The... whatever the fuck it's called. Slowly working towards 50 thieving for a shortcut and underground pass. Yeah, 50 thieving's pretty decent. You can always do the pyramid plunder for thieving. Okay, we could do honey instead of sugar. You need 50 mining for Heroes Quest. Okay, we did forest icons. Let's check herbal icons. There's a lot of stuff in here. Roots. I think we're pretty good with roots. You know what? I don't think we have any roots, actually. Let's add a root. This one looks cool. Do that one. Mushrooms. We're good at mushrooms. Grass and leaves. Four-leaf clover could be kind of fun. Like a potion of luck. Just doing easy clues while leveling thieving. Remember keeping it, just use it in banks. There is a clue step that needs that spinny thing. I think it's for a hard clue. Let's add that. Okay, we have 3 left. I want to add some stuff that actually does change flavor considerably without necessarily impacting magical effects much. So like sugar could just have a, resource stamina 1 and that's it, right? But it is full sweetener. We need partial completion of Legends Quest for the hard clue. Might as well finish it though, right? You get access to the Legends Guild, I believe. Right? Am I right about that? Does Legends Guild have anything good in it? Oh yeah, you need the cape. You need the cape for clue. So it would be good to finish it for the cape as well. Get dragon. Yeah, you can buy the dragon. You can buy the pieces to make the dragon square shield or kite shield, I think, from there. I know for sure the square shield. I might be wrong about the kite shield. Either of you Black Arm Gang. I might be. How can I check? Which item should I have if I'm a Black Arm Gang? Okay, so we have sweetness. I would like something bitter and sour. Something really bitter and really sour. When I think bitter, I think of a root, personally. Phoenix Crossbow. So if I'm Black Arm Gang, I'll have the Phoenix Crossbow. You can tell me. Fruitage. I think we have some fruits. Bitter. We do have some bark. I mean, the bark could be really bitter, right? I can get that no matter what gang you are. What about something sour? You know what? The rowan berries, actually. The rowan berries I think are very... What's a sour fruit? Very sour fruit. Well, it'll probably be like lemon, lime, right? Apples, cherries. Rhubarb. Might have something. Rhubarb. I thought the rowan berries are really sour. What other icons do we have? Hunting icon. I don't. It would be good to get some animal parts in there. Like a raven skull. Quest Journal, you're probably right. Quest Journal would say. I can check, and then when you get to that point, I can help you. If I'm of that. Of the Black Arm persuasion. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to my other world. Collect 32 million from the E. Okay, I need to see the quest that I'd completed quest. No, show me completed quests. It would probably be Shield of a Rav, would probably tell me, right? I am Black Arm Gang member. So when you get to that point, I can help you with what needs to be done. Which I think is just the stuff in Karamja, right? In Brimhaven. Let's see, T Raven Skull. I'm gonna call these like chalk fronds. 4-leaf over. Honey. That's good. Once I get 50 money, you can help me with the quest if you want. Absolutely. Oh, if you know, hopefully it's like it's weird, but ideally during the stream, because I will for sure be on. Otherwise, could be later. Well, no, you'll be asleep. Just let me know. Just let me know when you reach it, and we can take a small break. I do need to get better at taking breaks, so yeah, no worries there. All right, so we can make the bark be really bitter, right? This oak bark that I added here. Then let's find something sour that we can use. 45 mine, oh, so you'll be pretty close to that. Are you just doing motherlode mine? Purple sour. Full icon. Some more fruit. The only fruit we have is the rowan berries. Something sour. These look cool. Let's do these. I don't know what we'll call these though. Something pustules would be cool. You know, it would be really cool too if there was some way you could kind of destroy an ingredient so that it didn't have very many magical effects anymore, but it was a powerful flavor changer. That could be a nice thing to do. Blizzard Jewels. It's gross, it's perfect. And we have room for one other thing. What do you guys think we should do for the last item that we can put in here? Maybe some animal part, some like meat or something? Or this? Should we add poop? Should poop be our last ingredient? I did promise somebody that I would, if I had an icon for potatoes, I would put potatoes in there. Because he wants me to be able to have an achievement where you boil the potatoes, mash the potatoes, and you make a stew out of the potatoes. Which is, of course, a reference to Lord of the Rings. Let's do poo. Tea. Cow dung. It's perfect. I love it. Okay, I think this is a pretty good smattering of items here. We can find some interesting effects to give these. Now all we have to do is get them into our spreadsheet. Let's do this. We're just gonna get the basic ingredient versions in there first. Ingredient. Bell pepper and ingredient burgundy snail N sugar N. And then we'll figure out some interesting ways that we can process these ingredients. Ingredient carrot N. Ooh, I'm gonna call this chalk stalk. Now that's a perfect name, chalk stalk. Right, for these? Chalk stalk fronds. I like it. Oh, dung. And we have to be able to cook. Ooh, fermented cow dung. Ooh. Ooh. Perfect. Fermented cow dung. Deep sea sucker and do lizard jewels. Everly. Hazel. Spell hazelnut right? I did not. Oops. I've been thinking, guys. I might go to. I'm definitely going to the Digital Dragons Game Dev Conference this year, which is in Kraków, Poland, here where I live. I don't know if any of you live here. I might also go to Gamescom, which is in Germany. So if any of you live around that area and want to meet, that'd be cool. I'm also thinking if I can afford it to go to Tokyo Games Show. That one depends more on whether or not I have the like something playable, decent. We'll have to see. Oh, I already have lavender. I don't want to put that in there twice. Magical water and just realized I probably need to start legalizing my stay here in Poland. Again, if I'm gonna go to Gamescom. Because they do a passport check. I gotta update that. Fuck. Or money down the drain. Rowan. Okay, Rowan. Walnut. Okay, perfect. Let's see what we have. I don't know if we have some. Oh, we do a vegetable. Okay. Burgundy snail is, well, it is an animal part. It is an animal. Cane sugar. I guess would just be other. Carrot, vegetable. Chalk stalk fronds. I guess we can consider that more of a over grass. Cow dung is an animal part. Dark cap mushroom, deep sea sucker, animal part. Dew lizard pustules, animal part. Four leaf clover is grass. Freshwater pearls. Ooh, I got the roots event. Some good money. Would you guys consider freshwater pearls an animal part or other? Technically it's an animal part. More of a byproduct. Say animal part? Yeah, I would agree. Hazelnut. We don't really have nut. But isn't nut technically a fruit? Is a nut a fruit? Okay. Is a nut a fruit? Basically, a nut is a dry fruit. I don't think players are going to see it that way. But for right now, we will classify it as fruit because technically it is a fruit. Honey would be... I mean, technically honey's an animal part. Maybe animal part's not the best way to put it, like animal product. Yeah, but not all animal products are products, right? So, like the raven skull is not an animal part, or a product, it's an animal part. Let's do honey as other because it's more of a product. Lady fern is a grass. Magical water is other. Monarch caterpillar, animal part, oak bark. Other, raven skull, animal part. River bream, animal part. We have a lot of animal parts in here. Rowan is a fruit. Walnut is a fruit. Wheat is a grass. Woody nightshade is a flower. We don't have a lot of herbs. We have 2 herbs. We have lavender, mint. I think it's pretty good. I think everything is relatively well, except the roots. We don't have any root. It would be nice to have 1 root. What could we get rid of to put a root in here? You know what? We'll go with this. We'll go with this. It's good. Okay, let's put in the bell pepper. I don't want to make this wider. You really need to do this whole... Actually, I can just adjust the heading row. Modify. Format. Border. Outline. That looks better. Oh, I do have data 2 in here. Here's this data 2. Format painter. Okay, that helps a little bit, and I can put the lines back in. T per D L. Cane sugar. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I have my biggest worry with the demo has to do with ingredients, and that right now it is very difficult to. I think it's more frustrating than anything right now to sort through ingredients if you don't know what they do. It's almost too much trial and observation is needed to arrive at a point. It's hard to filter, right? Like imagine that you need to make a healing potion. How do you know what ingredients heal? How do you know what variants of ingredients might heal? And I don't think that that worry would prevent me from putting out the demo, but I do worry that the feedback would primarily revolve around that. So it's possible that we might want to put some way of filtering through ingredients before we go that far into things. I want to see, can I don't want to wrap text. How do I make it so that I could just make the yeah, it works. And these are all going to be normal for now, but we'll do this. Just Control C and Control V it actually. All right, the temp colors are going to be temp colors should be interesting. We just need to, I guess, find an RGB color picker and just copy and paste the RGB values into this. We can do that later though. Sweetness, bitterness, sourness. Okay, and then the tags. worry about that. The tag system is more something that I want to use later, not necessarily now. Same with like seasons, light requirements, biomes. These are mostly just flavor at the moment. I'm primarily concerned with effects and flavor. Alright, I think I could import this. Why is it out of range? I know why. Okay, let me do this. I might nest another if here. If I build that. Reading temp color is equal to we just need one. None. I should fix that issue. The loop count is equal to max loop. How does it do that? If it is probably because I put the end if before the else. I guess we don't need an else really, do we? Why? Why do you do this? Oh, I know why. I know why. That's better. I think it worked. Let's check it. Data exports. Yeah, that looks correct. Yeah. Okay, we should be able to import this directly into Unreal. And it shouldn't, hopefully, yell at me. It does, meaning, well, this is a good thing. You do run into some issues. Yeah. That's okay. That's fine. Icon fine. Type. Biomes. I think there's an issue here. After the flavor. With the tags. Where do I do my tag? Equals if else tags array equals I think it could just be null. Leave. Let me try that. No, it's still bitching at me. State. What should that look like after type state? Hold on, where is the I need I'm gonna delete all this except for these two. It's bitter sourness. That should be fine. There's something wrong here. That text could just be null like that. But maybe it does need to be double quotations like that. We need to make sure that this works like this, just in case we do testing of ingredients without all of their info. This way we can quickly import and export. So this is something that we just didn't find yesterday, but we just need to fix quickly. They might need to have these. I'm not 100% sure. Let's do this. Let's make an empty row and then we'll just export that. Yeah, check it out, please. That's weird. I thought that's how it looked originally. Might be something other than the tags causing the problem then. Okay, we need these two to look the same. Okay, icon description. I mean, we know for sure because we know for sure if you fill in the information, it's all correct. So any of the filled in information is proper. Everything essentially up to here is definitely okay. It's this that we have an issue with. Flower biomes equal. Could be that flavor needs a value. Reasons, these should be fine. The double quotes. Yeah, the tags are fine. It could just be that that needs to have numbers. We'll give that a shot. I still think there's more cells than properties. Okay, let's try getting rid of these. No, you don't like. Okay. Okay, 45 is a problem, isn't that? Shouldn't it be an even number? Should it be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. No, it doesn't necessarily need to be because we do have commas between, like these, for instance, right? So, yeah. I just wish it told you the character. I really wish it told you the character on the road that it had a problem with. I think normally when you debug code, it does tell you that, but this is not code. And it just tells me, hey, I have a problem with this line. Great. What problem? More cells than properties. More cells than properties tells me that it's a comma issue, but I don't believe that to be the case. Flower state, normal biomes, empty. Could be that because these are arrays, it expects this here. But you think it would do that with tags, but tags are enums, not. I don't know why it's doing this. Okay, what can we do to test this? Let's go bit by bit. I'm going to copy everything essentially after type. I'm very curious. But you know what I bet it is? There's no temp color. No temp color. We fucked up. Okay, I know where. Okay, I see it. Guys, I know the problem. And I think it just needs to be... And... HR. Let's try that first. I just want to see how that looks. The good thing is we know the issue now. The problem is it says that there's more cells than properties, when in fact there are fewer cells than properties. That's weird. That's a problem up from row 7 on. Hold on, let me... Oh yeah, because row 7 will be our new one. I know why. See what a temp color equals. We do have it. My biggest issue is probably because we don't have that closing parenthesis. Yeah, but that's it. I love it, Crossroads. I love it. I love it. I love it all. Color. We just want to do that. Don't. I fixed you. And temp color should just default to black. I feel confident that we fixed the problem with temp color. I still kind of worry about these other aspects though. More cells than prop. Okay, but what if I copy this? Ooh, you know what? It might be the lack of quotation mark. Okay, let's check that. CHR 34. It's better. Oh, it's because we don't have, okay. Yeah, we have ingredient types and states that aren't there yet. The good thing is it is importing now. We just have some missing stuff in our enums. Ingredient type. We just need to add these other ones. That's fine. Easy to do. Flower, mushroom. Alright guys. Flower. Root. Root. Vegetable. Grass. Animal. Art. Oh, you know what? It's not gonna like this space, is it? $50 easy clues and 10 uniques. That feels low. That feels really low. I mean, that can't just be me, right? It's gonna have this, I know it, it's gonna have the same issue when I try to import this bullshit. As yesterday, because animal part has got a fucking space in it. I come in shared uniques like pages, black pickaxe. Oh yeah, yeah, I mean, it seems a little low. Seems a bit off. Okay, I'm gonna do it and it's gonna yell at me. Animal part, I hate you. Okay, fine. I will not put a space here. And in exchange, I ask you, Unreal, to go fuck yourself. We will have to fix that up though. Okay, imported correctly. Perfect. So should I do Motherload mine for 50 mining or mining gold? I would do Motherload. You'll get gold ore there anyway. You'll get other stuff too that'll be useful. And I think the XP will be faster. If it's a bit crowded though, there's a pro tip. Switch to a PvP world. Just make sure that the only thing you have equipped is like your pickaxe, right? And any of the mining outfit that you have. I don't know if you have any. Because the PvP worlds are absolutely dead in terms of people at Motherload Mine. Okay, I'm gonna go through, we're gonna check to see if all of the icons are working. They should be. They look good. Did it not import one of these? Started drilling. Who's drilling? Oh, 13, 14, 15, 16. Only 27 base. How do we get it up to 36? Oh, you know what? We might be able to. For some reason, I was thinking we only had 3 shelves. But we have 4. Okay, well, it's good. If we need anything else, then we have 9 additional slots to add new ingredients. But for now, I think what we have is pretty damn good. We'll make it work. Oops. Let's try to do some colors really quickly. RGB color picker. I'm just gonna open up a color picker. I'm gonna freeze the left 2 columns. Oops, no, up to here. That way we can see what ingredient we're working with. Okay, bell pepper is like reddish. That works. Ooh, I can quickly just copy and paste this in here too. It does have spaces. Oops, I just kicked something. So don't kick that. That's my Ethernet cable. Don't fucking do that. Idiot. Oh no. Guys, are we back? Guys, hello. Are we good? Are we live? Guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me? We should be back. We should be back, guys. Are we good? Did I reload my Let me reload this. Guys, can you hear me? This is gonna be so funny if you watch the YouTube video. Yeah, we'll do this forestry event until hello? Guys, is the stream back? I knocked it offline on accident. Just to let me know if you can hear. It says we're live. Can any lurkers quickly tell me if we are online? I think we are. We're good. I will pretend we are. So what happened? Okay, it's back. I stretched my leg out and I kicked something. And I immediately looked down and it was my Ethernet cable. And I was like, oh, I shouldn't be kicking that. So yeah, that's what happens. I kicked us off. The good thing is the YouTube video is fine, but yeah, oops. The VOD is gonna be split in two, I think. And then I'm doing a forestry event, an accident too. So it is what it is. Yeah, good lesson. Don't kick Ethernet cables. Not a good idea. Okay. I wanted to see, this won't work because of the RGB values won't be good here. This is a problem because the RGB values on this are only 0 to 1. How can I convert this? Is there a... Can I drop from... Oh. Oh, I can. Pretty cool. I can eye drop from anything on my computer. That's a cool feature. I could do that then. Oh god, that'd be so fucking weird though. To eye drop from Google and then write the values manually into Excel. Is there any better way? So I can avoid doing that, or is that pretty much what I'm fated to do? I think this is what I'm fated to do. Oh boy, okay, this is gonna be annoying. Burgundy snail. I don't know, like that. .48, comma 0.3, comma 0.16. Cane sugar. Oh, like a... I mean, why don't I just do it here? Why am I doing it through fucking... It's almost like a golden brown, right? Cane sugar? Maybe more closer to something like this. 0.62. Carrot, a nice orange. Then eat. chalk stalk fronds. Those are like bone white, almost. Yeah, a little bit off white. Yeah, sorry guys about kicking the Ethernet cable. That was an accident. I didn't think I had knocked it offline either. Cow dung. We need a nice poop brown. That's not poopy enough. Ooh, that's a pretty good poop. Yeah. That's a nice poop. I was wondering why I went silent. Yeah, sorry about that. Dark cap. Nice purple. 0.2. 0.08. 0.22. I think that deep sea sucker was like a green. One. 9.0. I have to be careful about that in the future. I mean, I do run it pretty closely to the wall. It was just, I guess it was just a really, really unfortunately placed kick. The dew lizard pustules are almost like a bright pustule color. 0.36. Four-leaf clover. That's gonna be another green, but this is more like a plant green. It's a bit. Freshwater pearls. I guess like a slightly yellowish white. Kind of a good pearl color. 0.95, 0.6. Hazelnut. Reddish brown. Oh, something's buzzing. That was. Maybe he was in somebody else's office. It sounded like something was vibrating. I was like, is it in here? Oh, more snow tomorrow. Wonderful. It's just what I expect. We need a... Ooh, yeah, okay, that's getting close. That's a good hazelnut color, I think. Send it here, you want snow? I wish I could. So much snow. They finally were getting some public, some city workers to clean up the snow on the steps in the park. Because it was like, okay, so you have your step, right? I'll draw it. Let's make an NFT. Okay, so you have your step in your park, right? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, okay. The problem is that the snow, and I'm going to use like a dark gray. Okay, it falls straight down, right? Yeah, wonderful. Except when people step on it, now it's creating almost like a... Okay, that's a bit too much, but... You have this like angle on it. So now when you're stepping, you're essentially risking death with every... And it's packed, it's slippery, it's like iced over at this point because so many people have stepped on it. Very dangerous. They finally got some city workers to come out and start to, break it up and shovel it off. This morning. Melts fast out here. It definitely didn't melt fast here. But I told the guys thanks. I'm sure most people just walk by them, but honestly, I'm very thankful that they were out there finally. Honey is like an amber herd. No, not amber turd. Turd. How many of you were watching that court case between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard? It was a pretty wild one, I'll tell you that. Spawned a lot of good memes. Mainly Megapint, I think, is the main meme to come out of that. And the fact that she will forever be called Amber Turd now. Your 0.03, 0.42. I'll be honest, I feel really bad for Johnny Depp. I imagine that I feel bad for anyone with that amount of fame and, isn't a perfect human being because nobody is, right? It really felt like he just wanted friends and didn't have anybody that he could lean on for support. Because he like had those people living in some of his houses, right? He just gave them access to his house. And these weren't bad people, just it seemed like these were people that maybe he could relate with on some level and he could just talk to. They weren't out to like make money off of him or be like paparazzi. I don't know why we're talking about this, but I don't know. I just when I was like listening to those parts, it's just like shit, dude. It just seems like this guy wants friends, and everybody's out to either scam him, make him look bad, or use him in some way. Johnny, if you're watching this ever, I'll be your friend, man. I don't like taking pictures of anything. And we can drink some wine together. I like wine. And I won't shit on your bed, so bonus points for that, right? Okay, we're almost done with these stupid ass colors. Holy Jesus. Raven's skull, it's like a bone white. I think we had that, basically like the chalk stock was kind of that bone white as well. Works. River bream. River bream is like a grayish kind of fish, right? So more like silvery. Kind of go a bit darker gray like this. 0.55. 0.57. 0. Rowan berries are red orange, pretty sharply red orange. Ooh, yeah, but like that, but maybe not as. Okay, that looks pretty. 0.82, 0.030. Walnut, light brown. Wheat, light yellow. Like gold brown, light yellowish kind of thing. Yes, would be for wheat. Mm-hmm. A bit more yellow. Yeah, that works. 0.82. Jesus Christ, they're drilling. Okay, woody nightshade, we can get a nice color of purple again. All right, okay, RGB I think is done. These people drilling. So we can adjust the biomes. Do we want to add biomes? I think we should add more biomes. Only have 7 skills below 50. What are your skills below 50? How? My neck hurts. Cut myself shaving or something, I don't know. We have forest, plains, marsh, beach. What kind of other biomes do we expect to have? I guess we could just, if these don't seem to have any viable biomes that we can add to it, we'll just create some more. Where do wild bell peppers even grow? I've never considered, like, where do... Oh yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so they're just tropical. Mining, smithing, crafting, fletching, rune crafting, construction, and hunter. Yeah, either some just slow ones or expensive ones. Fletching and smithing are kind of the only one. No, you could make... Well, it's kind of hard to make money with crafting. You can make money with smithing and fletching at least. A little bit. Construction, not happening. Mining and rune crafting, you can make money, but they're just slow. Hunter's boring. Hunter is very boring, in my opinion. Let's add some biomes here. Okay, biomes. No, let's use chat. Let's use ChatGPT for this. I have a fantasy game world. Can you list some of the biomes that might be present? Things like beach, marsh, forest, etc. Make money with jewelry with crafting. That's true. That's absolutely true, yeah. Forest, desert, mountains. We'll have mountains. I'm just not sure about it. Like, I don't know yet. We just don't know. We don't need to be too realistic. God. Otherworldly biomes. Timeless realm. That'd be pretty cool. 60 diamonds? Yeah, that's pretty good. If you don't mind things being a little slow, you can create amulets of chemistry from scratch. And they are, the ingredients are pretty cheap. And this includes like enchanting them and everything. And you can make a pretty good profit from those. Because you just need silver ore, uncut opal, I believe, ball of wool, and then the runes to enchant it. And you can create them from scratch. And it's really cheap. I think the raw ingredients for an amulet of chemistry are like, is it jade? It might be jade. What's amulet of chemistry? Yeah, it is jade. Okay, so you need about 86 because you can use an air staff, right, to enchant. So 86 plus 80. So 186. Later, 186 plus 52 plus 136. So it is 374 gold in raw ingredients. And then the finished amulet of chemistry is 1.1 thousand. So you make about a 3 times profit on it. And you'll get 20, 90, 94. You'll get 94 crafting XP per one. 13.7. Smithing and 37 magic, so it's kind of a nice all-around type of training. to do it at a pretty low level, and it makes you good profit. That's something I did really low level to boost those skills. Or bird's nest. Banana tree seed. Let's see. What biomes do we want? What can we take from this list? First plains. We could do mountains. Tundra, icebergs. I mean, I suppose, yes, they're like frozen biomes, but they're kind of the same thing, right? Yeah, did you know mint and tea tree oil have medical properties? I know about some of the effects of these. Tea tree, which... Oh yeah, I guess. I was really down on me, like, which tree oil? Like, you didn't just type it. I guess we could have like a bog. Bog would be kind of cool. I don't know what would grow in a bog though. That we have cliffs, jungle, meadow. We don't want too many biomes, right? Because I'd rather have very broad biomes rather than specific ones. Urban. Be fine. We could add desert, I guess. Let's do it. Desert and mountains. We are really going to need to add some strings to this too. Mountains. Oh, we will need icons for this too. We should probably just get those now. Mountains icon round. Hopefully we can find some from that same kind of creator. What do they look like? Yeah, we want ones like this. That works. It does have the going per to 60 today before I realized that clue step required Legends quest. Ain't nothing wrong with having a lot of prayer. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Especially because you can use chivalry with a pretty easy quest to complete. You could also buy the scroll for unlocking preserve as well. I think that's really cheap. I don't know. Foreign prayer scroll. Yeah, it's like 47k. You can have preserve, which is a really good prayer. I bought 170 dragon bows to get 60. That. Got these little Entlings event. Annoying one. I don't like these. Too much clicking. I'm so engaged in it though. Okay, click, press 2, click, press 2. Come on. I have all these birds' eggs, but I can't do anything with them. What a shame. All right. Back to AFK. Yeah, I can't get the window right. Okay, that's good enough. All right, we have our desert icon. We have our mountains icon. Let's add these desert mountains. And I think we have a biome icons. B mountains. B desert. Mountain. Perfect. Here and there. That should work now. Once you can do ensouled heads too, if you don't mind the slower XP per hour, which it's still prayer XP, so it's still very fast XP per hour compared to some other skills. Ensouled heads are pretty nice. There's certainly a cheaper GP per XP than bones. I'm not sure exactly how much though. Dragon bones are -9 GP per XP. -10. I mean, it's very close to. for 642,000 XP an hour. Calphite heads are pretty decent amounts, so 200,000 XP per hour, or -3, roughly -3 GP per XP. So it is like 3 times cheaper than Dragon Bone's 3 times slower, but it's still 200,000 XP an hour, which is pretty good, you know. Okay, let's see. Toadstool mint, shiitake, bell pepper. Just put, oh, I need to expand the named range here. Seasons. G10. I think that will include the other two. Oh, not seasons. We need biomes. Get that fixed. Okay, bell pepper desert. Burgundy snail will be forest. Marsh and beach. Cane sugar. We don't need to have biomes. Like, it could just be something. This is something that you like. You buy, right? It's more. It's exotic, right? You have to buy it from a merchant that passes through or something. Carrots, forest. Probably just forest for carrots. Chalk stalk fronds. We could do like. Those are a marsh. Marsh or mountains. It is not easy to make. Cow dung is not in any biomes. That is not. And it's not something you just find. Dark cap. We could do like cave. Or like, you know, underground, like I don't know, let's see if there's any like cave icon. This one's not bad. Underground. I think we're gonna stick with this one. I think this will work. Tea cave. Biome icons, strings, alchemy, textures, tea cave. I have so many clues. We have to fix the localization on that. Okay. Biome icons, add the give. Pineapple seed. Really good. How much XP is a pineapple? I think that's a lot, isn't it? Ooh, 4,600. Yummy. B cave, and this will just be cave. It works. Good enough. Okay, that looks good. Let's add cave to here. And now we can have the toadstool grow in caves and the shiitake in caves. Let's make the chalkstalk fronds just grow in caves. Cow dung, nothing dark cap, be caves. Deep sea sucker. You find that on the beach. Dew lizard pustules. Let's say that those are dew lizard. I almost feel like dew lizards would be like in a desert. Dew forest. Maybe they're pretty resilient. They can survive some harsher conditions. 4-leaf clovers are going to be forest and plains. Freshwater pearls, beach. Hazelnut, forest. Honey. No biomes. More like a... Well, okay, but let's do forest. Lady fern can be forest. Marsh. You have ferns in marshes. Magical water, I would say, is more like a not specific thing. Monarch caterpillar, forest and plains. Oak bark, forest. Raven skull, not specific. River bream. Maybe we should have like a river biome or something, but we just won't assign anything there. Forest, rowan, walnuts are forest. Wheat is plains. Woody nightshade we can do. Forest, mountains, and cave would be pretty cool. Okay, those look good. Now we need light requirements. We do that. Grab some. Medicine. Could boost the music volume up a little bit, you know. I am level 96 woodcutting. 44% of the way to 97. I actually think woodcutting on leagues will be easy for me though. Fire making might be a little annoying. Because I don't really have any good like don't really have any great way to get a bunch of logs other than chopping them. Full light for bell peppers. Animal parts and other aren't needed. Now we'll do full light for cane sugar. Yeah, I was thinking mole. I have to do mole anyway on... It would be good to do mole on this account anyway. Because I can trade in the mole parts for seeds, right? And I can also use the nest to make Saradam and brews, which are really good for Herblore XP. So, yeah, I suppose we'll just do mole. I'll try to get the Falador Diary up to hard tonight. Have it on medium. I'll have to do Grimtails, looks like. And carrots? I think carrots are a full light. Carrot growing. How to grow carrots. Teach me. Light. Oh my god, so many things. Stop it! Thrive in light. Ooh, can fork if the nutrient value of the soil is too high. For this reason, it's best not to add organic matter to the soil the year you use it for growing carrots. Interesting. I never knew that about carrots. Like, you don't want too nutrient-rich of soil. Chalk stalk fronds are going to be darkness. Cow dung does not have a light requirement. They be pooping. They be pooping all day. Dark cap, we can do darkness because it's only found in the cave, whereas like toadstool is forest and cave. You have rhubarb, it actually doesn't need sunlight to grow, but will grow faster in darkness to try to reach sunlight. I never knew that. We had some wild rhubarb out between me and my neighbor's yard in Wisconsin. And, you know, it was out in the elements, and it was growing pretty well, but, interesting. Didn't know that it did need sunlight. I love a good rhubarb pie, you know? Good rhubarb pie is good. I just want to check if my camera is, situated fine. Oh yeah, it is. It always looks like it's pointing this way. Like that this is the center, which I think it kind of is because it probably is because I chop off that side. Very weird. It's a common method of growing rhubarb in mass. It was one of the most transported vegetables in England during the Industrial Age, I believe. Wow. Is it considered a vegetable? Beech, that's an animal. Dew lizard pustules, animal, doesn't have a light requirement. Four-leaf clover, have full light or partial light. Freshwater pearls, not required. Hazelnut, not. Honey fern. Fern, I think, can thrive in partial light. Similar to celery? Yeah, that's a good point. Another banana tree seed. Do banana trees give more XP than... Oh, they do. No, they don't. But hey, I'll take it. 16 times XP, I'm not going to complain. Oak bark, probably doesn't have anything. River bream, rowan. Rowan is probably a full light kind of thing. Walnut, wheat. It's grass, it needs light. Woody nightshade. Partial light, darkness. I gotta get better about eating while I stream. I need to like pack a lunch or something and bring it here. Bell peppers. Tomato and potatoes are part of the nightshade family. Really? Does the nightshade actually produce any fruiting body? If you hear me not speaking, it's because they're doing drilling, and I think the only way you can hear it is if I speak while it's drilling. So if you hear me not speaking, I'm either focusing or they're drilling. Bell pepper. I think bell peppers are sown in spring and harvested in summer. Do summer and autumn. Look, it's a fucking prototype and it's like, it doesn't matter. Why am I taking this so seriously? Burgundy snail are... I mean, I guess you're only going to find them in spring, summer, and autumn. Cane sugar is nothing. Carrot is a... Carrot's usually just a spring fruit. The green potatoes are poisonous, along with tomato leaves, I think, yeah. Halfway. Oh, I like that. Let me show you guys. You are slamming these out. It's crazy. This is high, and this is rage. We're gonna be using that a lot in the future because I'm gonna get really fucking frustrated at Unreal. Why aren't you working? Re. And we have an actual bird to re with, so it's perfect. Perfect. We have dinosaur re. Chalkstalk fronds would be pretty much every, because they're in caves. Caves are, what's the term for the auto climate control that caves do? Cave auto climatization. Cave climate. I don't know what the term is. 48 mining, nice. Nice. How's the XP at Motherlode? Also, you should be getting gold nuggets, which will help you get your mining outfit. Dark cap, I think, is the same. Grows only in caves, so we can just kind of copy and paste this. 23 to 24, yeah, that's about right. Mining is mining. That's about the XP per hour that I get at Amethyst. Which I might not do to 99 like I planned because holy shit, it's just so slow. Deep Sea Sucker. Let's say Deep Sea Sucker is only available in summer and autumn. Dew Lizard Pustules, spring and summer. 4-leaf clover is Everything except winter. Winter, winter. Freshwater pearls, I guess, would be available in everything but winter. Actually copying? Oh. No, it's not. What the hell? Hazelnuts? Hazelnuts would only be autumn, wouldn't they? Tree nuts like that, like walnuts and hazelnuts, are only autumn, if I'm not mistaken. Do they drop early summer? Or I mean like midsummer. Let's check. Prior to the autumn rains, as the nuts ripen, they drop from the tree over the course of approximately 6 weeks. We'll make them autumn. Autumn only for like purposes of world lore. Whatever that's worth. Honey would probably just be spring and summer to harvest honey. Lady fern. Probably spring, summer, autumn. Monarch caterpillar would just be spring and summer. They might go into late summer. Eating all the milkweed. We used to have that a lot in Wisconsin. So we have these we have a milkweed plant, and this is pretty much I believe it's the only thing that monarch caterpillars eat is milkweed. You get the beautiful monarch butterflies. Oh, there's eastern tiger swallowtails also like it. A couple moths. That's cool. Oak bark, I mean it's just oak tree bark. You can harvest it any time of the year. Raven skull is not relevant here. River bream. I suppose you could fish bream year round. But I'll check. I'll check if they migrate or whatever. Bream. Bluegill. Wait, are bluegill and bream aren't the same thing, are they? So it just kind of includes everything in a certain genus. This is a different genus. I don't know. Who cares? Who cares? We will when it comes time to actually make this game. I think it's the seasons. I just heard something go buzz buzz. How is it not my phone? I'm hearing sounds today. I'm going crazy. Let's just say we just won't include. Rowan are probably just spring berries, if I believe. I remember correctly. Jesus. Beginner clues. 60 beginner clues. Walnut would be autumn. Wheat is that a summer or autumn? When do you harvest wheat? When does wheat get harvested? June to August. So summer. And woody nightshade is year round. Okay. We got a lot of good stuff included here. Let's pull in a new export and see how it looks. Huh? Add quoted string, add problem assigning string. What is our export script having a problem with? Dun, dun. Kind of weird, isn't it? How we fixed it? I thought things were working. What is the issue here? Flavor effects, autumn, summer, full light. It doesn't have to do with the new biomes, right? We did get the new biomes in. Biome icons. Strings. Well, it wouldn't matter if there were strings or not during play. Something weird. I don't know what. Wow. Temp color looks fine. Type vegetable state normal biomes equal. Seasons. We've tested all of this before with there should be two. I think the issue is that there should be two closing parentheses here at the end of the tags, right? Maybe not. No, that looks fine. Content. We're gonna find it, guys. We're gonna find the issue. Unfortunately, this is just kind of how it works with writing complex export scripts like this. There's gonna be some new case that you need to consider. Okay, so we for sure know that the bell pepper was causing a problem, so let me delete everything but the bell pepper until we get it working. Okay. Go ahead. Complain. Problem assigning string, bad quoted string at. Doesn't tell me. It doesn't like anything after the type. So everything before the type is probably okay. Type, vegetable, state, normal, biomes, desert, light requirement. I mean, this looks fine. Effects, nothing. Flavor. Like, it isn't that this is expecting zeros or anything, right? No, because we had it. We had it pulling shit in. I don't know what it expects from me. Expect. Type vegetable. No biomes doesn't require. Is it importing anything? Oh, it imports everything properly except up to. So weird. All right, let us export this as CSV. We'll check out what it. Oh, it's annoying. But wasn't it that when we tried to re-import? Okay, no, that imports correctly. So there's something that is doing that we're not doing that we need to be doing. Biome. I'm just gonna delete. This is fine. These are just numbers. Yeah, there's something extra being added. Well, it could be that it doesn't want effects to have quotation marks if it's empty. These texts look exactly the same. They are, at the very least, they are the exact same. Okay, let me try. What did we change then in the export? We got rid of this, so if I put these back. Okay, it doesn't like the quotes if there's no effects. Okay. Okay, that's an easy fix. If ingredient effect 1, then else effects array equals nothing. You just have to do that, can't we? Okay, where do we put in the effects? Okay, no, we can just make it equal to null. Okay, let's re-import all these now. I feel like their import script in Unreal got even more unstable over the years. It used to be pretty robust. Doesn't like the animal parts. Type other and type animal part. But everything else is fine. Is it because it could be because there are no yeah, I bet it's when there's no light. Okay, I know what it is. It's the same issue. It's the same issue as effects. The exact same problem. If else light requirements array equals null. Else season equal. Really, I could just replace it up here, but I'll just do this. X array, tags array. Try that. Okay, we're getting fewer problems. Seasons effects. There's an extra. I saw it. It's something with biome. We just missed one. Hey, no errors. Awesome. Very good to see. Hey Bartek, how you doing? You gonna try to recruit me for some food? Yeah, these look great. Okay. Perfect. We could delete all of the. Cool, I'm not leaving app. I don't know. apartment. Yeah, yeah. No, I understand. It is pretty fucking cold. That's good. Okay, I won't say who, but I have somebody wanting to connect with me on LinkedIn. And his he calls himself a top-rated game developer. And he wants to connect with me because he wants to connect with other top-rated game developers. What the fuck does this mean? Like, no, I'm not. Nobody is. Calm down. We're not Hideo Kojima. Yeah, yeah, I'll tell you, there's nothing wrong with being a game developer, but calling yourself a top-rated game developer, really? This. I might just delete everything we have here so far, and we'll just... Well, first we'll create like a list, maybe top in his company. I don't even know if he was working with any company. Top-rated game developer, Unity, Unreal, Steam. Whatever that means. He's so good at dev that he's top-rated in Unity and Unreal. Okay, so yeah, I might just delete these effects, and we'll start fresh. And we'll try to plan out some of the... No, different. I want to do a different way of doing it. Different way. We will still delete these. We can keep the flavors for now, but what we will do is design right now the alternate variants of these ingredients that we want. Okay, let's see. Let's just make a new file and we'll just go one by one, I think. This is kind of the long part of the day, but we'll do it. So we have lavender. So let's put on the top two the states that we actually can change things into. We can do normal, dried, cut, round, fermented, cooked, distilled. These are the states that we have. Also, we will do N, D, C, E, F, C, O, E, I. I think that's what we did. Lavender can be normal, dried. Let's do round and distilled, maybe? Did you react? I have not. I wanted to do that. Let me grab a link for that. I do want to watch that. We'll do it at the end of this stream because it's probably got copyrighted music in it, and I want to make sure that the VOD for game dev doesn't have copyright. So yeah, we'll do it at the end of the day. It's only like 3 hours. We can do it. Toadstool. Normal. I guess we don't even need to include normal because it's always going to be normal. Toadstool could be dried, cut, ground, fermented, cooked, mint. Dried, ground, probably just those. We can do distilled. Okay. Same as the other one, ground, fermented. Yeah, I tried to avoid anything regarding GTA 6 overnight. Because I wanted to keep it fresh. Bell pepper. Bell pepper. Like cut and cooked. Burgundy snail. We can just cook the snail. How about? Cane sugar. We just ground or fermented to make alcohol. Carrot. Cut and cooked. Stalk, fronds. Dried, cut, ground, fermented, cooked, distilled. We also need to think a bit about, while we're doing this, think a bit about how we can have reliable, somewhat predictable changes in effect properties or flavor doing certain things to certain ingredients. So perhaps fermenting, or let's say distilling, generally is going to make flavors stronger and make poisons more effective. Semi-predictability in this case is good because it gives players a way to learn the systems, to apply their knowledge of like fermenting one mushroom and fermenting a different mushroom. If it's just completely random or seemingly random, then the player doesn't really have any way to learn apart from memory. And memory is not... Creating a memory type of minigame here is not a good design. Cow dung. You can dry cow dung, I guess. And you can ferment cow dung. Let's be disgusting. Dark cap. Probably the same here. Deep sea sucker. They're being very noisy with the vacuum outside right now. What? Booked. Deep sea sucker. Okay, do lizard pustules. What can we do with dew lizard pustules? We distill them. Four-leaf clover. Dried, ground. Distilled. I don't know if you guys can hear it outside. This cleaning lady is... She's really vacuuming. Jesus Christ. Freshwater pearls? Not at all. She's just being like really very violently vacuuming. You probably hear it if I talk. Just kind of like banging, yeah. Like bang bang. He's going crazy. She must not have liked the GTA 6 trailer. Freshwater pearls. I think you can. Let's say you can just grind them. Can't really do anything else with them, right? Hazelnut. Probably ground and cooked. Oh, we have an event to do. Okay, minor break. We have to feed this sapling the ingredients that it likes in the right order. Okay, so this must be number 3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. We just do this until it is full. I'm so focused. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We can do it. Sapling grow. Okay, 1 or 2 more maybe. 1 more. There we go. Damn, 47,000 XP. That's such a good event. It gives so much XP. Alright. Back to work. Break time over. Yeah, hazelnut, I wanted to do ground and cooked. Like you can roast the nut, right? I had a really not safe for work thought. Let's just say, you know how certain people will receive certain pictures and rate certain organs from those pictures. I'm not gonna go any further. I'm gonna go further. I was just thinking of roasting nuts. And let's just say, you know, to roast something can also mean to, you know, to insult. So if certain people receive certain pictures and rate, I feel like you could also have a segment called, you know, nut roasting. Okay, moving on. After hazelnut, we have honey. I don't think you can do anything with honey. It's just there. I guess you could ferment it into mead. Maybe we'll have that ability, that feature. Lady Fern. Probably dried ground. Dried cut ground. Magical water. I don't think there's anything we can do with that. It's just, it just is what it is, right? Yeah, there's nothing you can do with that. Monarch caterpillar. How do you guys want to kill a caterpillar? Maybe cut and cooked. Oak bark. Raven skull. Like with a bone, but pretty much the only thing you can do is grind it up, right? Yeah, I can't really go any further with that. River bream. Probably dried, cut, cooked. See, the really cool thing is we only have 27 ingredients, right? But our demo here is going to have 27 times however many, you know, variants we have, so there will be 6 variants of Dark Cap, with their own flavor and qualities. Rowan berries. Probably ground, fermented, cooked, distilled. Walnut, we can do the same to walnut as hazelnut, I think. They'll just be ground and cooked. Walnut, wheat. Wheat can really just kind of be ground. I guess get fermented. Ground, fermented, cooked. Woody nightshade, our last one. I think we're gonna do the same thing to this as you can with the other mushrooms. Or it's not a mushroom. I guess we can do dried, ground, distilled. Okay, that looks good. I'm gonna save this so we don't lose it. Better safe than sorry, right? Ingredient states. Good enough. Let's add each of the rows. I think if I insert it goes above, yeah. And we'll fix the coloring after we get these. Right. Ground and distilled. While I have the hiccups, wonderful. Okay, toadstool. Dried, cut, ground, fermented, cooked. And one more. Cooked. Okay, dried. Cut. Ground. Fermented. Mint. Guys, I'm excited. I'm so excited to see the result of this. I can already anticipate, though, some of the ways in which it's going to be a little frustrating. I mean, it sucks to say, but like, we're not going to have a perfect first iteration of this demo. It just is what it is. But we're going to release it and just improve upon it until I feel happy with how the prototype feels. And mainly it's an issue with the ingredients and sorting ingredients, finding an ingredient that does a certain property. You know, Skyrim has it pretty easy, right? You first select effects that you want, and then it shows you ingredients that have those effects for sure. And I think that's a pretty damn decent way of doing it. Why reinvent the wheel, right? So we'll play around with it. We need to work on that shelf. We know it. It is a known pain point, as it's called in UX terms. Cooked. We already have cooked, so we need 4 more. I'm trying to learn more with UX terms. Yeah. Dried, cut. Hey, 50 mining. Oh boy, underground pass and hero's quest. That's gonna be a fun day. Hey, Casper. We are just filling in the dried cut ground. Okay, we need ground, and then we need. We're just filling in the spreadsheet with our ingredients, the sub, or the different states of ingredients that we have planned, and we're gonna be. Hopefully, by the end of the day today, we'll have all of them in game. Which will be more than enough for our prototype. Bell pepper is cut and cooked. Let's add 2 more up here. Cooked. Cane sugar ground and fermented. GF. Looking for GF. Carrot cut and cooked. Yeah, you guys want to know what a game designer does? This is it. This is it. We put shit in spreadsheets. This is one of our aspects of job, especially on a data-driven game. You want to be a game designer? This is it. Then you have to balance it. That's the fun. 3, 4, 5. Cut, ground, cooked, distilled. Distilled is DI. How dung. If I ever help with a game, it would either be art or graphic design. It's definitely more interesting. Okay, I like working in spreadsheets. I do find this interesting. But I do think that it's also something that is often taken for granted. Like, oh, if we make game based on your design documents, it will be fun. I'm an Excel nerd. I think there's a lot of people in management positions who underestimate the amount of work needed to balance something. It's just like, okay, we put train in game, for instance, train go forward and train fun. Like, do you know how many parameters are behind train go forward? Do you know how much user experience and input goes behind that one action? You know, where's the player looking? How far is the player looking? If it's too far, then the player isn't looking at the front of the screen. If they have to press too many buttons to go forward, that can be frustrating. It's like there's so many pain points going from simple action to simple result. I do like they did this. Managers should understand the work of their underlings. Yeah, I do too. I do too. And you don't see that happening very often. Not see that. But that's part of the reason why we at Microraptor Games will, the people in management positions are the ones making the games. You just finished management school. Are you being facetious? Dried, cut, ground, fermented, cooked. That how working corporate can be managed in turn. You didn't know? Yeah, I don't know shit. I mean, I could see, you know, for instance, like not a teacher's assistant, but well, it kind of is like a teacher's assistant, right? And they shadow the more experienced teacher to give them the, you know, the firsthand experience of knowing what it is to teach, you know, different edge cases that they might have to handle in class, like a child being, you know, really belligerent or something. I do think that there is a good point to just a manager not micromanaging, but going around and just talking with each person, learning about the struggles that they have to deal with day to day. Problem is that your mentor manager was hired in the same way. Yeah. This is the thing I was telling publishers too when we were meeting at Digital Dragons last year. I said, you're looking at the CEO. This is who's going to be in other management positions are going to be the gamers and the game devs. The people calling the shots, the people talking to on a daily basis are going to be us, not somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. Like my corporate jobs usually having no manager was blessing. Yeah. One job manager had internal abuse charges. Oh, wonderful. You hear a lot of cases like that in game dev though. Like one of the things I do when I apply for a new position is I check the company's Glassdoor reviews. In a lot of cases, there's just issues with managers. It's like the reason that they have job openings is because people quit. And people quit usually for two big issues. They don't like the company, or a game has just finished being made. And they're ready to move on, which it can also be because they're ready to move on because they don't like the company. And employee turnover is expected, but a turnover percentage of, I would say, over 10 to 15% is really bad. I would say that's very bad. And there are a lot of ways that you can minimize employee turnover. %, or yeah, there are. Like Amazon. The thing is, some companies just accept that they're going to have high turnover because of the way that they do their business. And I mean, great. If that's the way they want to do your business, fine, whatever, right? Freshwater pearls ground, hazelnut ground and cooked. Go to CO. I don't know what, hold on, let's see. Average turnover rate in game dev. That's so bad. With an average turnover rate for game developers at 22.6%. The gaming sector's turnover rate is well above the average range of 12 to 20. Yeah, that ain't good. That ain't good. The thing is, there are different types of companies, right? And I think it was somebody, I don't know if it was UCOSP or somebody else that was telling me, and it made a lot of sense, that some companies are meant to be gateway companies, stepping stones. But the companies that you want to land at, right, are like your final destination companies. Like, I don't want to work. I don't want to have to move jobs. I want to settle down. I want to stable. Yeah. And some companies are okay with being that, right? You know, they understand that they have a turnover. They understand that they are wanting to get fresh people in, pay them a little bit less, and just make games in the way that they want to do it. It's fine. It works. But at least for Microraptor, we don't want to be a stepping stone company. We don't mind if you are wanting to seek something afterwards. Of course, no harm done. We'll write you a nice letter if you did a good job. But we would like to be a final destination kind of company. Like, if you've wanted something different from your work, and you want to find a place where you can make games and express yourself creatively, you don't want to work with people who are egotistical. You don't want to try to compete for positions or for, you know, some extra responsibility. You work with us. We'll find a way to get you what you want and grow in the ways that you want. We don't know everything. We never will know everything. And maybe you know some things we don't. Maybe we know some things that you don't. And we can just teach each other. Game dev, you have additional problems with managers, such as hard deadlines, ego problems, huge problem with hiring people, mismanagement of funds. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. The deadlines are an issue with the entire games industry right now. Because games are so large in scope that we don't have... The old way of producing games isn't going to work anymore, where we set deadlines and release windows years in advance. It's too unpredictable for that. And ego problems are, well, that's every company, right? The reality is that somebody, no matter how good that they are, if they don't work well in a team, they will always be a net negative on your team. No matter how good they are. They can be a fucking superstar game developer. If they are not working well with your team will get destroyed because of it. And that's a very hard pill that a lot of managers don't know how to swallow or accept. Huge problem with hiring people. Well, there's a lot of factors that go behind that, right? Here in Poland, a lot of it's money. A bit of a labor shortage. Unfortunately, a lot of people who are skilled just go to a different country to work because they can make more money. Dried, cut, and cooked. And mismanagement of funds. I mean, what can you do with that, really? sometimes there isn't, there's purposeful and I would say what's the word for like there's mismanagement of funds that you do accidentally because you couldn't predict something that was going to happen. Just it happens. But then there's malicious mismanagement of funds too, right? Think about labor shortage, and isn't it a problem with always hiring mid seniors? What do you mean? Especially here in Poland, because my God, they made me a lead, Kacper. Okay, I was the lead for far too long with too little experience. Some companies here, and I mean this is global too, right? They just put people into positions that aren't actually matching their skills. There's a huge issue with first game dev job. There's absolutely a huge issue. Juniors are getting fucked right now. Trying to break into the games industry now is, I don't want to imagine it. You were still better suited than Rust lead seniors. No. Now with at least programming and art teams had very skilled people, I would say. And I would say for sure there was a lot of skill in programming team of people who had worked on games before. Art team kind of. Design was just understaffed. And I kept asking for people, and they couldn't hire anyone because they weren't paying them enough, in my opinion. Unlike ground cooked wheat, we need 2 more for wheat. Went from software job to get into game dev. Probably got paid less. Yeah, it's really hard to become a junior. I don't even know what... Well, I do know what advice I would give people wanting to get into game dev. Make games. Make games. You're not going to make money. You're going to do it for a long time. And if you can manage to do that and grow and learn from it, you have a small chance of getting into game dev. Small chance. Right. There's a really small amount of part-time job and there's a need for employees for part-time. Yeah. Eventually, Microraptor will get to a point where we can sustain juniors and such, but it is oops. Easier said than done. In order to train juniors, you need to have time and people to, well, just generally time, right, to train juniors. And unfortunately, with the way that a lot of games are produced now, you don't have that time. Because publishers don't want to have to pay an extra 3 to 4 months for you to have enough time to train juniors. Because they have these hard deadlines on when the game is expected to be finished. And if it isn't finished by then, you don't get paid. Or let's just say you won't get paid for the extra time that it takes to make it. Sometimes. Not all publishers will be that bad. And I think publishers will be more... it depends on the publisher. Some will be more forgiving of that, some won't be. If they don't trust you, they certainly won't give you the benefit of the doubt. I think I'm going to import these into Unreal and then, well, I don't know what I'll do. We need to figure out the different colors. It's a boring day of Excel. I'll tell you that. That's why for both employment and company releasing any game is must have. Employment and company releasing it. I agree, like, just get the game released. I agree, it's a huge milestone. Any first game that a company can make is a huge milestone. 100% agree. Yeah, and that's the reason why a lot of game devs will stay at a company, even if it's kind of toxic. It's just at a certain point you need to finish the game, because if you leave now, you have nothing. And going from, especially if you started at the game in pre-production, right? Going from pre-production to release looks a million times better than just starting halfway through and going to release. Looks way better, because then they know that they don't have to train you of what early game dev looks like, right? It's shitty, but it's just the way that things are. First enhanced Slayer monster kill today. Oh, nice. Which monster? Herb. Mushroom. Herb. A lot of this can just be copied down. Juice jelly. Oh, nice. Did you get anything good? Sorry. Apart from a lot of XP. I don't remember what monster dropped. It's just, hey. You can alch it, right? I got the enhanced gem from a abyssal demon, and I think I got, oh god, I don't remember where I got the imbued heart. It was something in the Slayer Tower, I think. Probably like Necrail. I don't remember. Working in Excel. You like working in Excel? Yeah, it is pretty chill. I know it's probably not the most interesting thing to stream, but I think it's important to show just how much time and effort goes behind a lot of your favorite data-driven games. It's a lot. There's going to be a lot of spreadsheets to this game, a lot of data. And I got a hard clue that requires Legends quests. I've been working towards that. Hey, once you complete quests, they're done. You only got to do them once, right? All right, ground, distilled, dried, cut, ground, fermented, cooked. Yeah, you did all the quests in RS3, right? Or just most of them? Oh, half of them. Jesus Christ. Dried, cut, ground, fermented. Actually, you know what? I can adjust the... that's gonna mess up my lines again, but... like some old, $300 quests, Jesus Christ. +90 and 9 skills for all the quests, Jesus. Okay, normal, cut, hooked. $95 in the brand new. Oh my god. Just a reminder, guys, if you like what you're, if you like spreadsheets, if you like what you're seeing, you know, feel free to give us a follow and a sub would be really appreciated. We will be having the emotes up soon. They're getting finalized now, so I expect we'll have them in the next week or two. We also have a YouTube channel where you can check out all of the old VODs. Uh-oh, made a mistake. You're getting fun. I will let the artist herself speak for them. I'm okay. Look, okay. I shouldn't have promised that. I didn't promise it. I just said maybe. It's not to rush. Damn it! You've caught me. Okay, I give up. I concede. No, you haven't, but they will be. Hopefully soon. I thought you meant you sent them. No. No, it just means that like they will be ready to add to Twitch and to Discord. Also, we have a Discord where we talk a lot about memes and anime. Oddly enough, if you like waifus, if you like husbandos. That's not distilled, that's dried. Ground, distilled. Don't say what is happening in a Discord. Now we're just a normal Discord. What happens, Discord? We're not an edgy Discord. We might do some edgy things from time to time. What's life without a little edge, right? Look, but I just gave you screen caps. They don't just transport. I'm going to add your emotes with the checkerboard background. Hooked, round, lunatic. I hope I hope I don't screw these up. Normal, dried, cut, cooked, ground, fermented. Cooked, distilled. Okay, we're almost done with this part of it. Started playing Sekiro. It's a good game. I'm not much a fan of parrying. I've always been like a dodger rather than a parrier. So I tended to go more towards like Dark Souls and Elden Ring. This Sekiro is more of a... It is more of like a parrying game, I think. Hate Dark Souls parrying. Yeah, that's true. It's very easy to break the game though if you parry in Dark Souls or Elden Ring. I mean, it's really easy to break Elden Ring, which is part of the fun of Elden Ring. You can make just like there's so much freedom and viable builds. Combat is fluid, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it does do that. It's the true boss of any From Software game is the camera. Although I think Elden Ring did a relatively good job of its camera. They do a pretty good job of showing you, to some extent, the I don't know. It's like some bosses. Big issue with From Software game loading time. I haven't noticed an issue with loading times. Oh, after dying. Okay, yeah. I tried to get my dad to play Demon Souls, which is his first ever Souls-like game. I probably should have just told him to play Elden Ring, because I think it's a lot easier than Demon's, a lot more forgiving too, right? Like Demon Souls, death mechanics are pretty difficult to deal with, especially if it's your first Souls-like game. I mean, this was the remake, but still, I think Elden Ring would have just been easier to give to him. I think Elden Ring is easier as well. Next time I visit him, next time I visit my parents, I'm gonna try to get my dad to play Elden Ring and Mass Effect trilogy. He's never played Mass Effect. I'm like, and my dad loves sci-fi. I'm like, this is gonna be a journey. I gotta grab tons of popcorn, some wine, some cheese. We're going for it. I don't care if I spend the next, 80 hours that I visit the US just sitting and watching my dad play Mass Effect, but no, it'll be worth it. I haven't played Elden Ring. You should play Elden Ring. Elden Ring is just so good. That game is a 10 out of 10. That game's 11 out of 10. At least last year, right? Yeah, it was last year. Okay, we have... I think I can copy biomes down. Yeah, biomes should be the same. And light requirements. So we can just kind of just go and copy everything down. I think I'm more linear open world rather than just open world. I would argue though that Elden Ring is linear open world. You do move from large section to large section. Hard to explain. What I can say is that they did a great job with their design. Like, everybody's seen the Elden Ring. I forget the name of it. Elden Ring. If I look up screenshot, we'll see it. right there, in the, like one of the first screenshots. Okay, so by the way, I've gotten 100% achievements in this game, and I still can't remember the names of some of these places. But this big Castle Ronies. Is that the one? Yeah, this one. It is possible to just bypass it entirely, even though it contains probably the first major boss. Which is kind of obvious, right? You load into the game, you see big castle area, you know it's gonna have a boss. I don't think that's spoilers. You can bypass it completely to get to the next area, which is Liurnia of the Lakes. This area. But it's like you kind of have these weird big open world area and then like a couple of connections to the next open world area. So it's very linear, or it's more linear than you would think, and it's very what's the word I'm looking for? Like they just do a good job of showing you where you need to go next. Same with the map, right? Like whenever you find a site of grace in Elden Ring, it shows you this. You see this, whatever they call it, you can follow these essentially to follow the path that they want you to take. So go here and you'll eventually reach this, and then you go here and you go this way. So it kind of guides you. Like same thing here, right? It guides you towards the places that you need to go. And of course you either can explore, you don't have to explore. You can beat the game in 100 hours, you can beat the game in 3 hours. I think my best time was 1 hour 20. It took me to beat the game. And that was like super optimized. What's like it? Okay, so my first playthrough, I explored everything. I did absolutely everything I could, and I think that my playtime was like 80 hours or something, 60 to 80 hours. I don't remember. I then played a second playthrough, and I did some things that I figured out I hadn't done or I hadn't visited, just a couple of others. And that was, I think, another like 20 hours of play. The third playthrough, I was trying to clean up any missed achievements. And I just needed to beat the game, essentially, with a certain ending. And so I was like, okay, I'll just try to speedrun it. I'll just try to see if I can find the fastest way that I can to beat the game. And yeah, you can beat it pretty quickly. No, there weren't no glitches or anything either. It was just part of the mechanics. I think do you have to beat it 3 times or 4 times? Hold on, I can look up my... Where's community? Friends. Add a friend. Yeah. Where's Elden Ring? Well, I'm gonna be doxing all the games I play too much of. Look at that. 3.8 thousand hours in PoE. 3,000 in Warframe. Does it blur these? Oh, probably because they are considered not safe for work in some respects. Elden Ring, 111 hours. Oh, there might be some... Okay, I won't do that. I haven't played it yet. There might be some spoilers there. Don't look at that. I'll say this. I will say this. 92 to 96% positive reviews, worth it. Get the game. The game, I think it's one of their easiest games, and it's also, I think, one of their best. And it's not that it's an easy game per se. It's still challenging, but it's just I never felt like there was anything that was overwhelmingly punishing. Just get the mimic tier. Get the mimic ashes. Problem solved. Okay, I think that's everything for biomes, light requirements, and seasons. We just need effects, tags, flavors, and fixing up the temp colors. Let's try another import. Look at that, no errors. God. Takes time to set up, but once you have it set up, being able to import and export is so nice. Yeah, I don't think we have any errors here. All right, let's work on the colors. Let's get the rest of those done. Don't insert, please. Okay, so here's the thing. We have a lot of colors we would have to do. Do I want to fuck around with colors for the next hour to 2 hours? Probably hour. Or do I just want to not worry about the colors and just use the colors that I've already made for the normal variants of the ingredient? I'm gonna say I'm not gonna fuck around with colors. Oh no, I needed to not. Yeah, just copy. Can I temporarily turn off fill series? I can't. No, I don't think so. That's fine, we'll just do it for each. It's only 27. Oh, don't do that. Hey, Cusper, when we have a demo of this, you know, which I know we talked about internally that we can probably have something ready for Digital Dragons, right? Which is May of next year. How worthwhile would it be to be at Gamescom, which would be a few months after that? I'm not either. I guess it might do well. I know Bartosz and I have been talking about going to, you know, getting a hotel room together to save money and go to Gamescom. If you want to go to Gamescom, you can. Only really expensive part would be the plane ride. Yeah, we need to get the hotel. We need to get it now. Or the, you know, Airbnb, whatever. We just need to find something cheap. I don't mind a 20-minute tram ride into the conference center or anything either. We just don't want to go and be forced to work on a. Let's live under the bridge. We don't want to go and be forced to work. Let's just say it. No, I can't. No, I can't. I had to go to Gamescom last time and work the booth of a game that I didn't even know anything about. So we want to avoid situations like that and just go for fun. And like I can do a little bit of business here and there with some publishers or whatever, but it's really just a great experience. There's so much awesome stuff there. Okay, that looks fine. Effects, tags. Tags will keep the same for now too. Derby. Bartosz, are you still up for Gamescom? Because I think I can afford to do it. But I might need to... I mean, might need to start some paperwork to legalize my stay here in Poland again. Which I can do, that's not a problem. If age 16. You're still down? Awesome. We can look for a place then. Let's get rid of these for now. What do you think we shown this next year? 2024? What big game releases are in 2024? I still remember, what was it, 2 years ago? I don't know if you saw it, but I saw the Skull and Bones early gameplay. It was so bad. Did they even put a release date on Skull and Bones? It just looked really shitty. Oh, initial release date 2024. Dude, they better have changed some big shit about that. That was so bad. Bartos, look on the screen. June. Well, yeah. Right. Remaster? I think for a remaster, the game needs to have been released. Remade. It can only be remade if it first gets made. Have you, I mean, just. Have you heard anything? Let's put it that way. Just a simple yes or no. We won't go into any other detail. Have you heard anything? Because Steam does list it with a release date. Oh, nothing. Okay. Even if he could, you couldn't tell me. Yeah. Of course. Alright, yeah, you know what? We're gonna leave tags just as they. I don't know how we can. We aren't gonna use tags in the prototype anyway, so we'll just keep it right now. It'll be fine. And yeah, effects are kind of the big point now, along with flavor. Still not a huge fan of the flavor system, really. We could quickly refactor the flavor system. Depends what we need to do for it. Holy shit, why are these all changed? I didn't change ingredient. What changed about these? Nothing changed. Ingredient data. I guess because we added more ingredient types. Really? That affects all of that? Okay, I guess. Like right now we have this sweetness, bitterness, sourness scale, and I don't like that we have like red indicators. I would rather just have it just almost feels like it's negative sweetness right now, and I'd rather that there be a more like I'd rather we handle it in a more linear fashion, as opposed to this positive and negative. Let me think of how I could do that. I don't think our calculation formula would have to change at all. Just the way it's visualized, the default values. That might have to change. Yeah, let's do that. I think right now I set the default values for that at 0.5 and flavor. We'll set that down to 0. Particle box, flavor box, sweetness box. There we go. Why is it a little... Why is it off the end of that? No, off the end, isn't it? Why does it do that? The fuck? Wait, because there's a little bit of padding. Yeah, there's a little bit of padding on the left and right. I think minus 12 is probably too. Yeah, minus 10 is better. Oh, not on the bottom. On the right. Looks better. Perfect. Yeah, minus 12 was wrong. I still want there to be kind of a, just like a scale here. We could break it up into thirds. If we add another image to this and we make it like yellow. That way you can generally see what quadrant trident. What's the term for it? I guess it would be trident. Bartosz, I saw that. What really surprised me, Bartosz, is that on other games, people haven't seen that yet. Which surprises me considering how much some people on Steam love to dig into history of I'm just surprised. I'm surprised, let's put it that way. Copy, paste. I think we have to update a few other things. Because we have like these two Cauldron panels. Jar will be fine. Yeah, I'm shocked. Do you think that they will credit me at all? If it does get released? Weird that it shows in the middle here, even though the... No, what happened? What, it getting released or them crediting me? They won't credit me. They wouldn't do that. Both. Why does it say that it is then? The fuck, why can't I do that? You just need to believe. You need to believe harder. Here's what you can do. Just ask. Is the release date correct? Have you seen this? And just see what the reaction is. If faith problems. Like because if you ask about the release date and they say, yeah, it's fine. That tells you everything that you need to know. Or, oh shit, why does it say that? Okay, let's add in this box to these two. Okay, the problem is that I think we will still have an issue with something default setting those to 0.5. We put default 5 there. I think these both use the same build panel. Build potion. Oh, no, it might be fine. We'll try it. Yes, this was back to 0.5. Where is it doing that? We can follow the remove ingredient from Cauldron that targets alchemy table. Update Cauldron panel, update potion. I don't know where that's getting triggered. There's some default value at 0.5. Unless the default of those is 0.5 as well. Okay, hold on. We do value 0. Why is that getting set to 0.5 default? I don't understand. You gotta be somewhere. Maybe if I find results for 0.5. Aha! Found it. That actually worked. I didn't think that would work. Is that gonna be in a lot of other places? Oh. Oh wait, those are default engine stuff. Engine. No. Let's try it. Yeah, I know what it's doing though. I think there's an issue. Oh no, I suppose it's working correctly. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like that a little bit better. That's more acceptable. Okay then. So we need to reconfigure the taste for every single ingredient here. There's a lot of busy work. I'm gonna have you guys give me like a couple minutes. Oh shit, I'm pulling shit. To stretch and go to the bathroom, and then we'll be back to fill these in for the flavor. Okay, so give me like literally 3 minutes. It's a very short walk. All right, BRB. pull my pants up a little bit. Almost 30, can't have pants falling down. Bartosz, that's so fucked up. Oh, it's so cold in this goddamn right now. I don't get that, Bartosz. I don't. What's gonna happen? Do I just have to wait until, what was it, June, and just see what happens? See if anything fun occurs? Okay, sweetness. Okay, we have our sweetness, bitterness, sour. This is going to be kind of annoying to do, but... I wonder if I could ask... I'm curious. I wonder if I could ask ChatGPT just to give me values, so I don't have to sit here and think of like 120 flavor variants. Should we try it? Should we just see what it does? Yeah, why not? Like, fuck it. Okay. In my alchemy game, we have different states for ingredients, such as dried. Oh wait. Wonder if I could. I wonder if I could tell it about my. Hold on. Let's see. Let's try it. Each changing the flavor of the ingredient and having a different suffix to the ID. So if you see lavender N, this is the normal state of the ingredient. But if it has _D at the end instead of _N, this means that it's dried lavender. Here are the here are the different suffixes and their meanings. Let's see. Let me make sure I get it. Dried. Wait, we'll do normal too. Normal. Underscore N. Dried _D. Cut. C. And E. Fermented. Yeah, I mean we're gonna try to game the system here and have AI do our work. But it's like I don't need these to be good, or I don't need these to be accurate. I just need them to be good enough, right? And I don't want to sit here and think of, okay, if I dry this, how does it look? I can outsource that to somebody who thinks a lot faster than me. Cooked _CO build. When it comes time to make the actual ingredients, like for the full game, obviously I will do that by hand. Because I don't want to... I need that to be purposefully thought. Do you understand? Okay, you just repeated. Okay, let's try it. Try it. Wait, we need to tell what flavor means. Damn it, wrong thing. Okay, next, our flavor system has 3 main flavors. Sweetness, bitterness, and sourness. Each is a value between 0 and 1, with 0 denoting no element, no trace of that flavor at all, and 1 being high in that flavor. Sugar, for instance, would have a sweetness value of 1 and a bitterness and sourness level of 0. Okay, it's understanding. Let's try it. Using this knowledge, please give me the flavor profiles of the following ingredients. Dried lavender, ground lavender, distilled lavender. Look at that. Look at that. Let's see. Okay, let's see how it looks. Okay, so normal lavender has moderately high, like moderate sweetness and lower bitterness and sourness. Dried lavender has lower sweetness, higher bitterness, and a slightly higher sourness. Ground lavender is pretty similar to normal lavender. Distilled lavender becomes more sweet and sour but loses its bitterness. I mean, it kind of works, right? We can try it with toadstool. See how it looks. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We can also try it with something that is not so moderate in flavor, right? Like something that is more obviously one way or another. I mean, I have some like fantasy stuff in here too. So lavender, it knows, but things that are not real are probably going to be harder for it to place. But I'm curious. I'll keep trying. Okay. Do the same with these ingredients, but feel free to have a feel free to use flavor values that are visible by at most 0.05. That should give us a bit more variation. Okay, normal, dried, cut, ground, fermented, cooked. correct? It's not bad. Not bad. It doesn't really go very high in the range though, does it? Let's try something. Like honey. Just to see if it... Listen, I just want to see how it handles it. These two... I mean, it puts that at a really high sweetness value. 0.8. Fermented becomes a bit more bitter, less sweet, a little bit more sour. I'd say that this is kind of working. I don't know about you guys. You just use it. It's gonna save me a fuck ton of time, so. I'm not gonna complain. I do like how quickly it was able to pick up the premise though. But a lot of it just depends on how well you feed it the information. One of the reasons that I would never try to do this for a final product though is just because it's so easy to just see the numbers and be like, okay, yeah, that's fine. That's cool. But you don't understand the numbers because you didn't create them with any sort of understanding in mind. And additionally, you probably won't remember the numbers because you aren't putting any thought behind it yourself. This is essentially just a data entry job that I'm doing right now. And you can't really replace that. You can't replace a game designer with this, right? Like, there's no design behind this. Especially if you get into things that are fantasy. You know, I need to balance flavors not based on what some computer thinks is okay. I need to balance it based on what I want the players to be able to do or not do. So again, while this works for what we're doing, I would say that this is not a replacement for proper design. It's giving things very moderate values. I mean, it could just be that I'm using very moderate things, right? I am trying to look though for some consistency in the way that it's processing these ingredients, and I don't really see anything. I don't really see like a pattern. I wonder how if I could put a formula behind this in any way. Pretty hard to do. You know, for instance, if I have like if I have sale prices of items in a game, it's pretty easy for me to put a formula behind this. Because I can, you know, predict how much money the player is going to make, or how much I want them to make, how much I want them to spend. Relatively speaking, it is easier to work with something like this than abstract concepts like flavor. Let's ask it for like the rowan berries, because I do have a feeling that the rowan berries are going to be much higher on the sourness or bitterness scale. It does feel really good though with AI to be able to train it to the point where you can just copy and paste some shit in there and it gives you what you need. Rowan berries are not that sweet, are they? I thought they were. I thought rowan berries were like bitter. Apparently they're not. Apparently they're sweet. Tasha Stone, thank you for the follow. I'm so sorry. I forgot to open up my OBS on here to get my follower alerts. I'll replay yours. You deserve it. You deserve it, Natasha. Sound alerts. Sound board. Log in with Twitch.
Yeah.
You just said God. Play it again. Do it properly. Sound alerts.
Yeah. Damn, you make me proud.
There we go. Thanks, Brick. Thank you, Brick. Thanks for working for opening OBS midstream. Well, okay, so I have two OBS because I have. Okay, I have to explain this. But welcome either way. So I have a streaming PC, and I tried hooking up sound alerts to that, but there were only two possible outcomes. Either I could hear the sound alerts and chat couldn't, or chat could hear the sound alerts but I couldn't. So the only solution I had is to open up OBS on my work computer, wire the sound alerts through that, so that it played as part of my desktop noise. That way I could hear it and chat can hear it. It's really fucked up. I don't know why it's working like this, but this is my solution. Fermented. Okay, that's good. Yeah, if we can get this done. I'll just stick with doing I'll just do the effects by hand. I don't want to outsource the effects to Chat GPT for the prototype. Just that I know I would sit here frying my brain for the next 2 to 3 hours trying to think of flavors for carrots that are cut versus normal. And sometimes streaming calls for the weirdest solutions. I had to set up virtual cable outputs countless times to properly wire my PC audio to stream. Yeah, I have to do that too. I have virtual. It was kind of okay, it was annoying to hook up. Actually, what I did was I asked ChatGPT to explain it to me. Like, I told it my situation, and I was like, can you explain how the hell I set up audio like I'm a child? And it actually gave really good instructions. Much better than anything else online. I just put cane sugar. I just put carrots and cane. Oops. 0.8, 0.1, 0.5, 0.7, 0.15, 0. Okay, I have to explain. First, I have to explain to it what chalk stalk fronds are, because those are like my own ingredient that I've made up. Okay. This next ingredient is called chalk stalk fronds. I want these to be high in bitterness, but lower in sweetness and sourness. Someone that also uses ChatGPT like it is that one older cousin that knows a lot of stuff. GPT yourself for randoms. It's really useful, yeah. You know, when it first came out, I was trying to replace some of my work with it, and I think it was kind of an incorrect approach. I just try to use it now to augment or to offload brainstorming, and it works really well for game design with that. I don't want to think about these flavor profiles right now, especially for a prototype. I'm going to change all of this anyway for the final release, or for a vertical slice even. So I can just tell it what to do. Just give me the numbers, I'll data entry them, and we can have this done in 20 minutes, right? I'd rather put more thought into the effects of these ingredients or the potions, and I'm not going to outsource that to ChatGPT. I need to carefully design that myself. But it feels satisfying as hell to just teach ChatGPT a concept and for it to just work. And all I did was I basically gave it two little tidbits of info. Okay, here's my alchemy game. It has different states for ingredients. These are the states and their suffixes. And then this modifies the flavor of it. We have 3 flavors: sweetness, bitterness, and sourness. Each is a value between 0 and 1. And that's it. Now I can just paste in stuff, tell it if what a, fantasy ingredient is, and it just outputs that data. Really, really nice. Normal, fried cut, round. When it comes to world building and balancing for games, this is very useful, especially for prototyping. Used to make it roleplay as some characters to check the reactions or specific stuff and make in-depth NPCs. Yeah, I've done that too. I've used it for a couple of role-playing situations. So one of them is when I'm preparing to pitch a game at, to some publisher or something, or some investor, I will just tell it to roleplay as that publisher and investor and let me pitch it to it. Let me pitch the game, and then it can ask me questions or ask for clarification, and I can feed that feedback back into me. I can feedback the feedback to make the pitch better, or to realize that they're probably going to ask about something that I hadn't thought about before. And the second way that I've used it for role playing is to test some of my, like my game here, Cauldron Chronicles is going to have a very heavy narrative element, so I can have it role play as some of the NPCs that I envision coming into your shop and talking with me. And then I can, better design the conversation system around this. So it's been absolutely fantastic. It's creating flavor profiles for cow dung. I love it. Okay, wait. I just read that. Cow dung, being an unconventional ingredient, can have unique properties or uses in the alchemical system in your fantasy world. It certainly is an unconventional ingredient. I absolutely agree. I'm not sure you should be making potions with this, or at least telling people that you're putting this in potions. But more power to you. Okay, Dark Cap, which is like a fictional... Let's make this more sour in flavor. Okay, this next ingredient is called the... called the Achu. The Dark Cap. A mushroom. And I'd like this to have moderate to high sourness. We don't have a lot of stuff with sourness right now, so. Yay. Becomes more sour when you cook it. Ugh. I think I'll eat it normal. Actually, we might give this poisonous properties, so I don't think we should eat it at all. Suppose my camera probably is blocking some of that. Cut 0, 5, 2, 0, 6, 5. Checking info about the game you're making is actually an idea I had, but never actually got a consistent concept of how it would be / work. Very nice. I'll follow your social check out on the game progress. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like the idea. We will have, we're aiming to have a public build of this available via our Discord on Friday. I'm hoping that that's going to be the date we can get this done. If not, it'll be early next week. And yeah, it's available to anyone to try out and see how they like it. I do have a couple of worries about some of the user experience regarding some of the systems. So yeah, we just need to get this out there and see what people think. Like we have, we have our prototype working relatively, and can process ingredients and whatnot. Shouldn't be black right now, but that is, it's fine. Yeah, I want direct manipulation of ingredients to be kind of the mainstay here. So combine ingredients, manipulate them, and see what comes up with them. Oh, I have some broken effects right now. That's fine. We'll get that working. Why did effects break? We've been changing some stuff today, so I do expect some bugs. Shit, now that I saw that there's a bug, I gotta fix it. Why is that occurring? Wait, maybe they aren't importing it. Oh yeah, it's obviously because we haven't added the effects to the spreadsheet yet. Duh, stupid. Okay, we need deep sea sucker. This next ingredient is called the deep sea sucker. Watch out, boys. And I'd like this to, when cooked, bring out some of the sweeter tastes. Bugs always showing up when you show the price. It really does happen. It's like, shit, this didn't happen when I was testing it. Oh look, he made it a bit sweeter when it's cooked. I love this. Thankfully, well, it's, you know, because we're getting the spreadsheet made, right? And I'm just, I wanted to completely clear the effects that we had before, so I'm just going to redo those from scratch. Yesterday I was spending my entire Sunday trying to solve a bug that showed up on builds, but not on the project. Oh, fuck, I hate that. I hate that. I've been there. I know what that feels like. It like works fine, you build it, and then everything is fucking broken. Dew lizard pustules. This ingredient is called dew lizard pustules. These ain't sweet one bit. Wouldn't eat it, but if you do, it'll be quite sour and a little bitter. Understood. 0.5, 0.1. It seems afraid to just put 0. I should have told it that, hey, 0 is a valid amount. I'm gonna boost up the flavor a bit if it's distilled. I'm gonna change that. So infuriating. It was even worse. I was working with Twitch integrations. I had to keep my stream open so people could watch me suffer. Shit. Yeah, we'd like to have some Twitch integration too with our game. I'm not sure what yet, but I'd like to have some. I think Twitch integration is a great thing to add to games. Four-leaf clovers is making it a little sweet. That's fine. We are gonna have a lot of sweet ingredients though. I should do data validation on this to make sure I don't put anything over 1, under 0. I really enjoyed what Larian Studios did with Baldur's Gate 3 Twitch integration. I also quite appreciated what they did with, what Gearbox did with Borderlands 3 Twitch integration. Those are a couple of notable versions of that. Make these quite bitter. Hey, Baldur's Gate is Twitch integration? I think it did from the start. 3 more to go. Ooh, Crossroads, thank you. I love it. I love it. That's so great. These make me smile. I love these. Yeah, the Baldur's Gate Twitch integration has, you can see the inventories of all of the characters, and you can see all the choices that the player has made. So you can see like their whole quest log, essentially. So that way you don't have to like, hey, what did I miss? What choice did you make at point X in the game? So I think that'd be pretty cool to have similar things. ChatGPT, hello. Do you wanna work, buddy? Okay. Perfect. It's very nice. Wow. Yeah, it is. I don't know if they added anything else. But maybe I can pull up somebody playing Baldur's Gate 3. We can take a look. There is a Korean person playing. We will watch it in Korean. Oh no, because their pop-up might be in Korean. Let me find an English streamer. Okay, this person.
I'm going to do for
Oops.
the.
Yeah, so it has, I think this is the pop-up, right? Yeah, so you can see their characters and their classes. They're only playing one character right now? Oh yeah, they're only playing Astarion. You can see what they're wearing, what spells they have, their inventory, their stats and abilities, and all of their quest results. Sorry, spoilers for anyone playing. I would close it. I would close it. Actually, I should have been more considerate. Don't look if you haven't played. Just forget what you saw. 0.8, 0.1. Hazelnut. But yeah, that's exceptional integration for that. Check and vote. Yeah, they can vote on choices. That's right. That was the one thing. I knew I was reading something. Could be fun for like a chat plays. Or somebody who doesn't mind if chat takes the wheel. Because, you know, after the game's been out for a while, you know what's going to happen if chat takes the wheel. Oops, Shadowheart dead. Shadowheart is my bae, personally. Quick lurk, trying to figure out how a react works for 5th time. No worries. We like our lurkers. We will have a lurk emote as well. 0.1, 0.25, 1.5, 0.5s. Ah, stop it. Yeah, no worries. Or lurk, I killed Shadowheart in accident after 2nd act. No. Kill her an accident? After 2nd act. I wonder how that happens. Magical water? I don't think we'll have any flavor for that. That will just be a flavorless... I don't know what it'll do, number one, but we'll just make it flavorless. We don't have to include it. Worst case, we can just... You could have like a Boolean value or something for, you know, is active in the game or something, or, you know, present. Monarch Caterpillar. It'd be funny if it tells me something about Monarch Caterpillar. It had nothing to say. Magical water tastes like magic. That's so perfect. We have to have we have to have an NPC who just comes by asking for magical water. And just says that. It's got such a magical taste. Oak bark. I wanted the oak bark to be quite bitter in taste, right? Make this one, let's make it moderately bitter. Hopefully it'll keep it around 0.5. It kept it exactly at 0.5, okay. Okay. Interesting. .61. Need to save this. Raven skull. I'm gonna put it. I'm just gonna see what it gives me for ground up skull. I mean, it shouldn't have any sweetness. Okay, yeah. It's just bitter. It actually did 0.02. It gave me a non-divisible by 0.05 response. Keep in mind the unconventional nature of raven skull as an ingredient. You know, who are you to tell me that raven skull is an unconventional ingredient in alchemy? I feel like raven skulls are a pretty conventional ingredient in alchemy. We are almost done. Holy. Even with ChatGPT's help, this is still taking quite a while. A good lesson to learn. For later. Should we just... Yeah, these are all conventional ingredients, so I'll just go for it. Round. I'm surprised though that it has remembered the suffixes this far into it, because it is definitely surpassed its token limit at this point. It's doing quite well. I feel like I feel like nightshade would be more bitter. I kind of want to make nightshade more bitter. The reason for it is that I think it's cool if you have to create a poison, and you know, nightshade is a common ingredient in fantasy alchemy, right, for poisons. But that it's bitter, so you have to find things that lower its bitterness to an acceptable value, right? You need to dilute the flavor. Which is one place where the magical water could actually come in handy. Can you make the woody nightshade more bitter? Perfect. That helps a bit. Okay. walnuts. I mean, I feel like just regular walnuts are actually quite bitter. Not sweet. But we will stick with its numbers for now. Okay. 0.4, 0.15. I think that's everything. I'm gonna do a data validation. Conditional formatting. Highlight cell rules greater than 1. That way we can see if there are any errors, and highlight cell rules if less than 0. Perfect. Okay, the next step is... Oh man, it's already 3:30. Oh boy. This is taking a lot longer than I thought. We do. Let's pull in the updated version. Oh, it's just, okay, yeah, it's just tags. I know what it is. Data. Where did I put the tags? Alchemy tags. Yeah, we just want to add the other ingredient types. Okay, let me do that. Flour, root, mushroom we have, vegetable, grass, animal parts, other. That should be fine. Import. Okay, all good. No. Oh, that lagged for so long pressing play. Why did it lag so long? Jesus. I thought it had, yeah, I thought it had crashed. Yeah, the thing with giving these just such low values is that they're not going to, we take an average, right? So the average of a lot of these things is just going to be really low then. Like, It's not high in much. I mean, we can adjust this later, of course. It's better to have baseline values and adjust as needed in this case. I mean, I can always dry the herb. Send to processing. Process. Send to shelf. Oops, I sent to shelf. I meant to send to table. Now it should be more bitter. We can always adjust the way that it calculates that too. So if you have like fewer ingredients, the effect that it has is more. I don't know. I don't think it should be that complex, but this is only a prototype. Only a prototype. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. We don't have enough time to dive deep into effects. I think it would be unwise to do so. What we've done today is pretty damn good. We fixed a couple more bugs with the script. And we've set up a lot more to do with basically everything about our ingredients except for the effects. And we've added in all of the effect subtypes, right? And I think it looks really good. Yeah. Light requirements, seasons. I'm just gonna put these back in here because it makes it look nice. X. God, my stomach has been killing me. Probably doesn't help that I've had like wine for the past 3 days. Cut that. I don't need to announce that. It tastes good, okay? It makes me feel funny. Makes me tingly, and I like it. I drink the wine, I feel tingly, I read my S&M manga, okay, and I have a nice night. Who are you to judge what an adult male does in his free time? Yeah, this looks good. Okay, so for tomorrow, what we'll do is we'll get straight on effects. This is taking longer than I expected. Can we still make our Friday deadline knowing this? How long will this take? Randomly choose. I mean, this part's easy, but we just need to have... I think Friday is going to be a bit tough to make. Unless we go big dick on a stream and we just stream for like 10 hours. Is it worth it? No, it's not worth it. It's not worth it to burn myself out in the prototype phase. So we'll play it by ear, but I'm starting to think that we need to push this to next week, this demo build, which is fine. We're just gonna do it right. We're gonna take our time. This part will be really easy. We can do that tomorrow. It's more important to me that we just have a fun system with a variety of effects and tastes that we can actually achieve and aim for. That's the plan. And you know, we're also going to start to get it in place, and I think having any sorting system here is better than having none. And if we have a quick way to sort the ingredients on here just by effect. So if you could like have a little drop down menu here and select an effect that you want, and it will only show you ingredients with with those effects. That would be pretty damn nice. But I feel like that alone could take half a day to a day. But you know, if I didn't do it, I feel like players would just be really frustrated trying to look for ingredients with certain effects. Or even, you know, sort by sweetness or something, right? So we'll play it carefully. We'll play it by ear. And if we need to aim for next week, I'm okay with that. I don't have any problem. Okay, so yeah, let me switch it over. We can talk. Oh, you know what we have to do today? We have to react to the GTA 6 trailer. I have not watched that yet. Not seen GTA 6 yet. You guys want to watch that? Oh my god, right as an event spawn. Look at this. Look at this, guys. I got an event. Ooh, 1 and 2. Nice. 1. Shit, I did it wrong. I already did it wrong, damn it. 1, 2. Destroy. Okay, there we go. Gotta be careful how many times I click. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Oh yeah, now we're doing it. 1, 2. This gives so much XP too at the end. I'm sorry, people on YouTube. But you're making a game, not playing one. Same thing for me, okay? 50,000 XP. Jesus. Jesus. Look at this, we're almost at 99. We've gained 3.5 mil for cutting XP. Research, yeah. That's exactly what I say. You know, so the okay, if you are the IRS right now, please mute the stream, okay? Mute the stream. Don't watch this right now. I can technically get away with writing off game purchases as company expenses, as legitimate company expenses, because I do buy games for research, right? Like I play a game, I research how it handles systems, and then I use that to inspire my own systems or to, you know, try and recreate it, become better at game design and development. So, I mean, technically it is, every game I buy is a legitimate business expense. I can write these off on my taxes. Okay, if you're the IRS, you can pay attention again. All right, let's close this up. Let's close this. Let's close this. Thank you, ChatGPT. Very helpful today. let me push my changes to yeah. Working on adding in tons more ingredients and variants. Not done yet. But it's good, we'll have that on the repo. We can close this. We can close this. This one I need open. That I can. All right, let me switch over. I will say, I'm not going to record this for YouTube because it's going to make my, it's going to give me a copyright claim. So if you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much for watching this. I'm sorry that today was mostly mostly spreadsheets. Tomorrow's going to be quite a bit of spreadsheets too. But we'll probably finish up and start to work on the other elements of the demo. So thank you so much for watching, and check out the next video.